Right, everybody back with me. Sorry, I think we're getting ready for Trump here. People are starting to stand up, but they could just be getting anxious. Trump's probably had them waiting for a little bit. But yeah, people are starting to stand up, so perhaps we are about ready for Trump to walk out. Another person has been shot by ICE, this time in Arizona. We're going to cover that here shortly. This is the live shot of the Trump rally we're going to be covering. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Scheduled to speak at 4 o'clock, so of course he's going to be half hour, 45 minutes late. It is 8 minutes until 4:20 on the East Coast if you would like to join me. Let me see if I turned YouTube on this time. Got this correct. Still isn't showing me vertical right now, so I don't know what's up. Nope. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. All right, we're good. I've figured it out, I guess. Soup, Holiday, Warlord, welcome in. Moments away from Trump speaking in Iowa, and I can't stress to you guys how unusual this is. Lame duck presidents don't usually hold campaign rallies. It is very odd for somebody who is not going to be running for office again to be holding a campaign rally, but yet here we are. Almost like this dude is a fucking fascist and is planning on remaining in office. Almost. We'll have Trump's speech momentarily from Iowa. This is in Clive, Iowa. I don't even know where fucking Clive, Iowa is. Never heard of it. Hey, Soup. How's you doing today, you handsome man? Lou says, the fuck. Lou, what are you the fucking about? About 5 minutes until 4:20 on the East Coast if you'd like to partake with me. Get your smoking accoutrements ready. Do I already have a bowl packed? I do. Yes, you've got TDS. TDS is what I call people who are willing to support a con man and pedophile. That is Trump derangement syndrome. You're treating a known con man and a pedophile like he's some sort of fucking god. You've got Trump derangement syndrome, my friend. Sorry about your damn luck, Lou. Six LaRue. You know the narrative of the Trump regime is that liberals are silly, and I feel like when you swear, you don't do anything to help that. That sounds fucking stupid. Do you want me to play you clip after clip after clip of Trump swearing? He told the auto worker that called him a pedophile the other day to fuck off. Like, you people are the biggest hypocrites on the planet. Trump is a clown show. Literal clown show. One of the dumbest people I've ever seen in my life. And you guys treat him like he's like omnipotent. It's insane. And then you want to call me silly. I don't get you people at all. It says vertical mode's up. holiday. I saw it. How am I stupid and or weak? Can you say it like all right-wingers ever do is just assert things that they want to be true, whether they're based in facts or not. I know exactly what gender I am. I'm swearing and smoking. Once again, I can show you Trump swearing. If swearing is a deal breaker for you, then you should hate Trump. But yet you're holding a comedian on YouTube to a much higher standard than you hold your president. Okay, then what are you... Okay, if you don't like Trump, then what are you on about? What's facts? Right-wingers have a habit of asserting their opinions and saying, well, that's a fact. Brother, if there is a God, you're going to hell for supporting Trump, the child molester, the literal child molester. Jesus warned you about wolves in sheep's clothing that would play to your ignorance. Okay, you don't want me to include you with them, but yet you're coming in here and talking about how Trump's narrative is that liberals are silly. I do a political talk show and we're getting ready to watch a political rally. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. Why are you criticizing me? You don't think I'm interesting? Well, there's plenty of other YouTube channels to go to. Why would you come in my channel and bitch? You have a pussy, you hypocrite. In case you can't tell, I have a shit ton of testosterone. Trump fucks kids, that's true. Trump symptoms for the next 3 years. Happy New Year, suckers. That was Machiavellich. Because that sounded like a really intelligent statement. Yeah, it's a good point. Arbin. That Qatari base coming to Iowa. Mr. Elwood. Thank you for telling me I suck. A Dumbo-crat talking about ignorance. Great, man. You're welcome to tell me what I'm ignorant about. I dare you to prove that I'm ignorant. Include Biden Clintons. I don't know what the fuck that means. Trump stopped 7 wars, including war in Gaza. If you think that's true, you're a dumbass. Trump didn't stop 7 wars, including not in Gaza, because like fucking 50 people got killed in Gaza last night. I do, and I think you're a goofball producer, worthwhile showman, you're a disgrace. I don't know what that means. I do, and I think you're a goofball producer, worthwhile showman, you're a disgrace. I have no idea what you're trying to say. You can be a high T-male with a snatch, that is absolutely true. And I know one that's incredibly fucking sexy. Well, I should certainly know a wolf in sheep's clothing, dumbass. Pappy, how am I a dumbass? Please explain it. You're welcome to explain to me how I'm a dumbass. Just because when people laugh when you walk by them doesn't mean you're a comedian. No, me getting on stage and doing stand-up comedy for well over a decade makes me a comedian. Your balls stopped working a decade ago. You have no testosterone. Might as well just be trans. Your opinions are gay enough. Brother, if you can grow a beard or talk in a deep voice like me, then okay, let's have that testosterone off. Salty Colonel. Trump's grave will be the world's largest gender-neutral open-air toilet ever. Love it. Baba Ganoush O'Reilly. Fucking love your name. And I'm hearing the song in my head. I'm hearing that guitar part. Yes, all the bankrupt farmers are there in Iowa. No, they probably wouldn't let him in. Trump screens his audiences because he can't stand criticism. Unlike me, I'll let you guys fucking mouth off about me all day long in the chat because I don't have thin skin like the pedophile you elected president. I got big old gigantic balls. I missed 420. God damn it. I was arguing with the chat and completely missed 420. Light one up, tip one back. Kevin French says, suck our MAGA balls. Confirming they are the gayest people on the planet.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
Pathetic. If you support Kamala, toastist is low. Huh. That's, I don't know what that means, but okay.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Jason Beatrice, what city are you in? Well, it's a tough time for us Democrats right now. I'm sick of our leaders and watching my city get destroyed on behalf of illegals. What city do you live in? DJ Dub, I never expect any kind of work from you, my friend. Please be here and enjoy the stream if you can. Trump conned all the stupid people. Skylar is correct. It's a tough time for us Democrats right now. Our leaders failed us. I'm embarrassed, bro. Jason, I'm with you, my friend. Power. Salamander face. ICE is doing a pretty good. ICE is doing pretty good. Leave ICE alone. One, that's like the 100th time I've heard that joke. You guys are all like pull string dolls saying the same shit over and over again. And two, ICE is not doing a good job. They are killing citizens in the street. And I want to put an end to that because I don't want to see you get killed in the street. Because I'm not a fascist. I don't think you would show the same courtesy to me judging by your comment. It seems if I was to get shot by the government in the street that you would cheer it like you're doing Alex Pretty. Okay, if I can hear the Who in your name, I'm old too. Well, I'm a music nerd. I'm not old enough to have lived through the Who's height, right? They did play at the Super Bowl in like, what, 2006 or 7? 6-7? 6-7, something like that. But I'm just a music nerd, and I worked in radio for years and years and years. But I am kind of old now. I'm 41, coming up on 42. Being gay is pretty awesome. Being ashamed of it is horrible. DJ Dub is correct. Kel B. McGarvey reported me for drug use. I'm in a legal state, brother. Legally purchased, legally consumed. Sorry about your luck. I was born that way, pathetic. Cars, I assume you're talking about me. I was born what way? How was I born? Report this dude for drug use. Report this dude for fucking being cool. Goddamn right. you're acting like a tattletale, cancel culture, just like all right-wingers. You're hypocrites. But once again, I'm not violating any rules, live in a legal state, purchased it legally. Sorry. Stebbleson. Yes, super chat me. Super chat me to say Trump is the most corrupt, incompetent president ever. Quesadilla says, how do you get a maggot to wash your shoes? You wear a mask and ask them for papers. Cousin Matt, for the love of God, vote independent, break the cycle. There is not a viable independent party. I would actually agree with you. I feel that I was wrong to vote independent all the years that I did, like in 2012 and 2016. No, in 2016 I didn't vote. I couldn't register in time. I moved. It was 2012 and 2008 I voted for Obama. 2004 I voted for Kerry. I feel bad about my independent votes. If you would like to build a party from the ground up, I'm down with that. I'll vote independent at the ground level. I think that could work. But in terms of like the president, you have to have a party infrastructure. It's going to take 10, 15, 20 years at least to build a party that can contend on the national level. And you have to do it by ground up. So if you tell people to vote third party, I'm going to tell you to go out and get involved locally and create that third party. Power to you. Carr says, yeah, maybe try pulling your head out of your ass. How is my head in my ass? Please explain so I can, like, answer your critique. Curly Yeastborn. Curl Yeastborn. How do you nearly bankrupt a country in just one short year? Give it to Donald Trump. Goddamn right. Barrick, MAGA loves the pedos in Israel. Israel loves the pedos. Easby, another bullshit speech by a failing president. Goddamn right. Cars, you people shouldn't talk civil to this fucking asshole. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about me? Are you talking about me talking to Trump? I'm confused. Baked Biz Quick, welcome in. Reading off the 14th Amendment. Beautiful. Look at the little kids in that video. Politics is just a meme to them. It's easy not to care about the economy when you still live with mommy. Oh, are you talking about the ones right now standing right behind Trey? I'm serious. This one can barely grow a mustache. That is a kid. Baked Bizquick says, stop getting in the way of law enforcement for illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants. Nobody's getting in the way of law enforcement. I can show you the murder of Alex Preddy, and law enforcement literally goes over to them, pushes a woman down. Preddy tries to help her up, and then they murder him in cold blood. Everyone saw it. And since you bring it up, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up over here, and we'll leave Trump. So here is a compilation of federal agents assaulting citizens. Did you notice that? Did not get in the way of law enforcement. Law enforcement came over and shoved him. That is unconstitutional. 100% unconstitutional. Just that right there alone, unconstitutional. So you should check yourself. You should be upset about the government assaulting citizens. Oh, here's another one. Just minding his own business, not doing anything.
Was it appropriate for the ICE agent to push that gentleman onto the ground?
Of course not. It wasn't appropriate.
Into oncoming traffic. I mean, you see a city bus that has to come to a very quick stop to avoid running the man over. DHS did not respond to CNN's request for comment on that incident. And then there's this clip from St. Louis Park, Minnesota. That's a suburb just west of Minneapolis, where a driver says they began recording after witnessing a car crash between an ICE vehicle and another car.
Shame on you.
Listen, have y'all not learned from the past couple of days? Have you not learned?
Learned what? What's our lesson here? What do you want us to learn?
Following federal agents.
Give me my phone back. No, you
Federal
can't take
agent.
Shame on you.
DHS tells CNN that they told the woman multiple times to move her car and that she could film across the street. That ICE agent's strong objection, let's call it, to being filmed is something we've seen in several.
My back
other
hurts.
videos, including this one from Portland.
Show me a video
See
of
this
agents
ICE enforcement
getting assaulted by a protester.
It's not illegal to record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
We're videotaping you? Are you crazy?
We have a nice little database, and now you're considered a domestic terrorist. The officer tells the American citizen for using her phone to record ICE agents as they go about their enforcement in public, which is protected by the Constitution. DHS responded to CNN by noting that, quote, there is no database of domestic terrorists run by DHS, unquote. Here's another interaction from Minneapolis where we see another very intense reaction from an ICE agent to a person filming them from their car.
This is your warning. This is your warning.
For what?
Stop following us. You are impeding operations. This is the United States federal
I live
government.
over here. I gotta get to my house.
This is your warning.
Gotta get to
All
my
right?
house.
Go home to your kids.
Go to church.
Go to home to your kids. This is your last warning.
I serve
I
the
will
Lord.
arrest you.
Little men with big guns pointed at our heads.
Finally, let's look at our video from North Carolina. This shows two U.S. citizens being asked by ICE agents to not record them with their phones, and then they were told they were being detained before a scuffle began.
Do me a favor and turn off your video. You're detained right now, so you're not free to record. No, we are free to record.
we're not free to record.
You're detained right now, sir.
No, we're not detained. They haven't told we're detained.
They didn't say nothing about
I'm telling you right now, you're
No,
detained.
we're not detained.
No.
Nope.
Again, American citizens are allowed to film law enforcement officers in public.
Not only allowed, it's your patriotic duty. Let me show you what happened in Minneapolis this morning, where ICE agents descended on a preschool. ICE agents descended on a preschool.
This is a preschool, you stupid motherfuckers! Fucking idiot!
Once again, we are waiting a Trump speech. He was supposed to speak at 4 o'clock. But of course he's late as always. We've done this a million times. This is the 500th speech I've done of Trump's. So there you go. I have not seen any protester obstruct, interfere, impede law enforcement over and over and over and over again. I've seen law enforcement violate the Constitution to assault citizens. I believe in freedom. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in the founding of this country. And I think you're all traitors. Anyone who supports Trump is a traitor. Plain and simple, he attacked the country on January 6th to try to stop the peaceful transfer of power. There's no denying it. You people are fucking crazy. And then, despite the fact that he is a known con man, attacked the country, has pardoned people convicted of sedition against the country. That's giving aid and comfort to the enemy. Remember, over a dozen people were convicted of sedition against this country. Trump pardoned them. You people were stupid enough to fall for that con man and to keep the pedophile out of prison. You voted to keep the pedophile out of prison. It's a disgrace, and you should all be ashamed of yourself. I lived through Bush. I saw in 2009, not a one of you would claim to have voted for Bush. We'll see here in a few years, after the trials have been held at The Hague, and we have adjudicated the war crimes and the crimes against humanity that Trump has committed. None of you will claim that you ever voted for him. You won't own up to it. But then you'll jump on the next demagogue in 5-10 years that comes along. It starts telling you about how you should be scared of the immigrant. The immigrant's taking your job. The immigrant's taking your housing, while also being a mooch and defrauding the system. That's literally, look up the word demagoguery. Do you know what the word demagoguery is? It's how fascists continue to get elected. Let's go to the Cambridge Dictionary here. The action of winning support by exciting the emotions of ordinary people rather than having good or morally right ideas. They excite your emotions and tell you that immigrants are eating the dogs and eating the cats. And they're stealing your welfare. Even though Brett Favre and the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase were stealing welfare in Mississippi. Even though Rick Scott, a sitting U.S. Senator, stole from Medicare in Florida. Even though Trump himself has been convicted of fraud. You'll all tell me that the Somalis in Minnesota are committing fraud. And that it's some insane problem that we should all be worried about because a fucking 23-year-old with a learning disability on YouTube that was trying to excite you for clicks, demagoguery, played you for the fucking fools you are. I wish you guys could feel embarrassment. It would save the rest of us a lot of time. We're still awaiting comments from Trump in Clive, Iowa. You can't report me for disinformation when everything I said was a fact. You guys got played by a grifter on YouTube. Here is the indictment. U.S. Attorney announces federal charges against 47 defendants in $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud scheme. The Biden Justice Department prosecuted the fraud that you guys are upset about. The woman, a white woman by the name of Amy Bach, was described by prosecutors as the ringleader of this scheme. White woman by the name of Amy Bach was convicted in 2023. This is Amy Bach. She's accused of extorting and pressuring the Somali community to go along with her fraud. She was the ringleader. Convicted in 2023. Not a one of you knows any detail about this case. But you're losing your minds because you saw some dumbass 23-year-old on YouTube. He's playing you for clicks, guys. Jesus, stop falling for it. I'm sorry, I was going through and responding to everybody in the chat, but I lost track. I'm way behind now. I'm sorry. We're still waiting for Donald Trump to come out. He's 40 minutes late at the moment. If you're in the country illegally, you have committed a civil infraction. It's the same as jaywalking or speeding. They give you a citation and then you appear in court. And Fox News told you that's called catch and release, but they didn't explain to you that being in the country illegally is just a civil infraction. They made it sound worse than what it is. But what was happening was people were coming across the border claiming asylum. They were receiving a citation for being in the country illegally. And then they come back and plead their case to the immigration court. Once again, it's right-wingers, right-wing propaganda. It's millionaires at Fox News and Newsmax and OAN playing you guys as the ignorant, useful idiots you are. Fat, orange-haired lesbian, is that your porn search history? I'm telling you guys, being in the country illegally is a civil infraction. I'm sorry. Most people that are here illegally overstayed their visas, whether it was just a travel visa or a work visa. And that's what Trump has you guys all up in arms about. And the craziest thing is that if you like deportations, Biden did it better. Obama did it better. Clinton did it better. Democrats are better at deporting people than Republicans. Biden deported more people in an average month than Trump does. And he's not violating citizens' rights to do it. What a weird... people are just like, deport, not even listening to what I say. Markov. Hold on, DJ Dub. I'm scrolling back up. I saw you addressing me personally. You have more right-wing troll viewers in here during the middle of their work day than you did in the evening last night. Yeah. DJ Dub brings up a very good point. When I come on in the middle of the day, I get a hell of a lot of right-wing trolls. When we tried this last night, there wasn't that many of you in here. You guys should probably get a job. My facts are wrong, somebody said to me. Which facts are wrong? Please let me know. I think my chat just crashed. The dollar is currently plummeting and Trump is all for it. Did somebody then just say have fun with your strong dollar? Trump said he was for the value of the dollar dropping because he's going to make a hell of a lot of money. He bought a bunch of treasury bonds. We covered this on the show 6-8 months ago. He bought a bunch of treasury bonds when he came in. I was like, he stands to make a lot of money if the value of the dollar plummets. This motherfucker is screwing us right and left. The con man. We've known he was a con man my entire life. I don't know how he got reformed in the 2000s to where he was some successful businessman when he was a joke. I grew up in the 80s and 90s. I know Donald Trump was always treated as a joke. I don't know. His first rally that he had when he came down the golden escalator, those were all paid actors. He didn't have support. I don't know how He convinced you guys to go along with his con job. Mike Ewalt, like Ilhan, make 30 million. Do you guys know, like, right-wing media has been driving this story. They've been saying that her wealth mysteriously increased. She just married a guy worth that. You know that, right? Look it up. She just married a guy that was worth 25 million or whatever it was. MCM, how are both sides fucking crazy? Like, I take issue with that. I want everyone to have health care, higher wages, pre-K through doctorate paid for. I don't. Both sides, I can't tell the two apart. Literally everyone liked Donald Trump throughout the 80s and 90s. That is not true. Biff Tannen in Back to the Future, based on Donald Trump. You can go look at cartoons. Just mock the shit out of Trump constantly. What con job am I trying to spread? Job, little homie, that feeling in your stomach of being a loser will never leave. What are you talking about? That feeling in my stomach right now is I'm slightly hungry. The left wants free fucking money. No, that's what Trump has enriched himself off the back of taxpayers. They want the government to pay for everything. They want welfare. How about you get off your fucking ass and work for it? I would say that Republicans want welfare for corporations. Like companies like ExxonMobil getting subsidies from tax dollars and Wall Street bankers getting bailouts. People were up in arms about the PDF file conspiracy. Now when it's proven, they bury their head and protect him. It's wild. All they did was talk about the elite cabal that was raping kids, and when they found out it was Donald Trump and not Tom Hanks, they just stuck their fingers in their ears. Texas, no offense, sir, but you're spreading misinformation. It is 100% a crime to sneak into the country illegally. Sure, it's a crime. It's a civil infraction. Not like a misdemeanor or a felony. It's a civil infraction. I mean, it's a crime in the same way jaywalking is a crime. You guys act like it's a fucking felony and elected a felon. You talk to me about law and order and crime, and you elected a felon to keep his pedophile ass out of prison. You hypocrites. Heath Abercrombie. How do I have a TDS problem? TDS is thinking that a pedophile con man is some sort of fucking god. And that's the way you guys do. I love demon KKK rats. The Klan most certainly is pro-Trump. I mean, the Klan organized the Unite the Right rally in 2017 and wore all their fucking MAGA hats down there. It can be a felony if you cross back and forth, sure, but like 70-something% of people here illegally just overstayed their visas. Travis, how do I have TDS? What is TDS to you? Please define it. Michael Hoss, welcome in, my friend. It literally is the same as jaywalking. It's a civil infraction. Did I say I supported Walls? How can you support Trump? He's a pedophile. The real TDS syndrome is worrying about illegals while supporting a serial predator and a 34-time convicted felon. Boom. That's it. Fuck Trump indeed. Anonymously, welcome in. You know, like all the people that are just like TDS is a bitch, like you sound like you're the brainwashed ones, right? Because you can't put together a coherent argument. All you do like Trump derangement syndrome, like you're making some intelligent point. And you just look like a fucking moron. Taylor Franklin, Brett Wood, welcome in, friends. Jay Meeks. I used to know a Jay Meeks. How is Trump a pedophile? He was best friends with Epstein and he raped kids. He's on camera saying that he just grabs women by the pussy. He walked into a teen pageant to walk in on the women. He literally said he walked in on a teen pageant to see them naked. He's made a gazillion creepy comments about his own kid, how he wants to fuck Ivanka. He's been accused by multiple Epstein survivors, including the one that filed a civil suit against him. He's in Epstein's contacts like 8 or 9 times. He flew on Epstein's plane a hell of a lot more times than we knew. And did you know that the plane that he used in his campaign before he got Air Force One back was literally Epstein's plane? He gave the prosecutor that got Epstein off a cabinet position, Alex Acosta, made him labor secretary in the first Trump administration. Why would you give the prosecutor that got Epstein off a cabinet position if you're not a pedophile yourself, if you're not rewarding the guy? Yeah, fuck Bill Clinton. Nobody gives a shit about Bill Clinton. Lock him up, but best I can tell, Bill Clinton was fucking Giselle. Every picture you see is like him and Giselle fucking humped up together. It's kind of weird. D Doggy, Taylor, Dean Brown. Welcome in, friends. I don't give a shit about Clinton. Fucking lock Clinton up. He gives me the creeps. Duck, how have you gotten 20 times dumber watching this? You're calling me a beta when I have gigantic fucking facial hair. I got far more chest hair than you do. My voice is deep. My balls are huge. You think I'm a beta? No, Epstein literally said that he remained friends with Trump until they're in the White House. Learn what you're talking about, friends. YouTube sucks. Yes, it does. The real Omega. Are you Kenny Omega? That's the real Omega. You mean yours and you? Oh, Y-O-U apostrophe R-E? You misspelled it. All I did was listen to you guys cry about Joe Biden. Every fucking day, I heard you guys cry about Joe Biden. I still hear you guys cry about... Trump is going to come out here in this speech, and he is going to cry about Joe Biden. This is probably going to be an hour and a half long speech. He's going to cry about Joe Biden for 40 minutes of it. Like, you guys are insane. Krill, welcome in, friend. I saw somebody mention Bill Gates. Fuck Bill Gates. Hate Bill Gates. I want to live in a world where we tax the rich so much that Bill Gates can never be as powerful as what he is. Don't you think you agree with me on that one? I don't want George Soros and Bill Gates to have the power that they have. Can I get some amens from some right-wingers? Let's tax billionaires out of existence. You guys agree with me? Did I get some amens? Come on. You guys hate Bill Gates. Let's tax him out of existence, shall we? He's only powerful because he has a goddamn, what, $20 billion? $15 billion? Tax the shit out of the rich to where they don't have enough money to be able to be as powerful as they are. Once you reach $1 billion, you won capitalism. Congratulations. Go sit your ass in the corner. Give somebody else a chance. You get a prize. You get a cookie. Special hat or something. I love that. Like a fascist. Do you know what fascist means? Fascist has a very specific... I've noticed that right-wingers seem to think fascist means force. And it doesn't. It has a whole other connotation to it. I can't find my knife. Trump is like an hour late, by the way, guys. Oh. No, it was supposed to start at 4 my time. It was supposed to start at 4 my time. So he's about an hour late. We should get him any minute now. They have shot another person. ICE has shot another person in Arizona. We're going to be covering that shortly. Who is crying, Mark? I can properly define fascist. It's a hyper-nationalist authoritarian regime focused on a national identity and restoring some sort of mythology. I.e. Make America Great Again. Hold on, let me go grab the actual definition. So we're all on the same page. A populist political philosophy, movement, or regime that exalts nation and often race above the individual, that is associated with a centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader, and that is characterized by severe economic and social regimentation and forcible suppression of opposition. Literally MAGA. So thank you for bringing that up. Joe, I agree. Making another billion does nothing except... all these people that are extremely rich seem to be, the money doesn't buy happiness bullshit. They seem to be incredibly unfulfilled, and they end up... Ryan Grimm had a great... I think he was talking to Sagar and Jetty on Breaking Points or something about it. And then these rich people, they get bored. Once you've achieved a certain level of success, you get bored, and then you start doing things like raping kids because you feel like you're above the law. That's how we get Bill Clinton and Donald Trump and Bill Gates on Epstein Island. So if you guys don't want these elite pedophiles raping kids out here, you should want to tax the billionaires out of existence. How do you think they get the power to be able to go out and rape kids with impunity? They've got billions of dollars. Yeah, the left hasn't had power in this country at all. And I mean, calling Roosevelt a leftist. The one little taste of socialism we got was because Roosevelt was so independently wealthy. That he didn't have to depend on campaigns from other fucking billionaires. That's why like J.D. Pritzker might be our only hope, and I don't want to have to depend on a fucking billionaire. What grown man uses a word like beta to describe somebody? I don't know. Idiots. Somebody came to my YouTube comments and talked about the guy who said he was more attractive than me. I was like, what man dares to say that they're more attractive than another man? I'm like, this dumb fuck that called into my show, apparently. Yeah, bro, give the government enough power to tell people how much money they are allowed to make. All the while you are calling the current government fascist. Is everyone on the left retarded? No. See, I believe in democracy. I believe that the government shouldn't have the power to determine how much money a person can make. I believe that we, as a society, can determine, no, you can stop at $99.9 billion or $99.9 million. You won at capitalism. Go sit down somewhere. We as a society should be able to decide that, because having that much wealth allows you a type of power that is not beneficial to society. Bill Gates fucked up our schools. Bill Gates helped fuck up our vaccine programs all over the world. Bill Gates is a piece of shit and he needs to be neutered. But I believe that about all billionaires, not just Bill Gates, not just the ones that the right-wingers hate. We are a constitutional republic that elects our representatives by democratic vote. We are both a democracy and a republic. And throughout the course of our history, it has been a fight to bring more democracy. So we didn't used to directly elect senators, and now we do. We didn't used to allow women to vote, and now we do. That's where it has been a fight in this country to bring more democracy to the country. And I think we need even more democracy as the cure for our ills. And the definition of that is representative democracy. I guess you're agreeing with me, Justin, because I'm correct. I assume. Also, awesome name, just in time. Yes, liberals are the reason we have rights. I love that MAGAs come out and tell everybody they're anti-liberal. You look up the meaning of liberal. It's like everyone should agree with that. A political philosophy centered on individual rights, liberty, equality, consent of the governed, the rule of law, advocating for government protection of these freedoms through its application. I'm sorry, that goes too far. But yeah, individual rights, liberty, equality, consent of the governed, rule of law. That's what liberal means. And you guys are anti-liberal. It's hilarious. We are waiting for Trump to speak any time now. Liberals ruin countries. Weird. We're like everything that's good with the country. Renix DMC. Welcome in, friend. Code Rapper. What am I looking at? So federal agents assaulted him before they murdered him. Kind of seems like they targeted him. Yeah, they got all the kids in the front row there, using them as human shields. How is it supporting individual rights when I'm forced to support people I don't want to support? I don't understand what you mean by that. When we say supporting individual rights, it's like, I support your right to free speech, just like you should support my right to free speech. But that seems to be only a one-way street. Like, leftists support everybody's right to free speech. Right-wingers automatically try to shut everybody down. Trump came to power and started suing everybody to shut him up. They didn't assault him. He approached the federal agents and harassed them carrying a loaded firearm. He didn't harass anybody. Everybody saw the video. He went to go help a woman that federal agents had assaulted up. Everybody saying he had a gun is a fucking idiot. 100% within their rights. So you guys hate the Constitution. Lanwoo, what's going on? The left absolutely supports the Second Amendment. The left supports gun rights. Mao said change must come through the barrel of a gun. Marx said any attempt to disarm the proletariat must be exhausted by force. The right plays you guys for fools. Nobody on the right is trying to kill free speech, except all the people that were in my chat saying to report me earlier. Donald Trump came into office and tried to silence everybody he could. I can show you ICE saying, like, if you talk, I'll silence your voice or some shit like that. Like, you people are nuts. I know you say you support free speech, but your behavior says the opposite. Dog football. Oh, yeah, because Malcolm X said that. Because liberals will act like they're on your side, but then always side with fascism. That's what leftists say about liberals. And liberals prove it time and time and time again. Okay, I believe we've got Trump coming out now. People are standing up. They're starting to clap. Okay, we have some speaker. I don't know who this is.
Today, President Donald J. Trump. Are you excited to hear from him? We are so excited to have him back here in Iowa. And I can tell you this, when I first got out to Washington, D.C. and started working for Iowans out there, I think we all can agree we saw firsthand how destructive the policies that the liberals were pushing were for our country and for our state. That liberal agenda was higher taxes, open borders, more of that woke nonsense in our schools. Are you frustrated with all the waste, fraud, and abuse that we keep finding, right?
Up yours, woke moralists.
Well, we're seeing it's running rampant, not just in the federal government, but in states like Minnesota, California, Illinois. And we are not done peeling back the curtain on all of that, are we? We have more work to do. So we know the liberals in Congress and in the Senate.
I'm just going to say it. She can be my GOP mommy.
President Joe Biden's auto pen was ready to sign it, wasn't it? Well, let me state the obvious. Thank God we've got President Donald J. Trump back in the White House.
Come on, man.
It's been an absolute honor to fight alongside of him and our conservative majority.
Code, I agree. That's what should happen to Donald Trump, right?
Transforming that America First agenda into an America First future for our country. Are you with us? So it's been 1 year since President Trump took office, and boy, what a year it has been. We have continued to deliver historic tax relief for all of you. Do you want more of your own money back? Yeah, you do. No more taxes on tips, no tax on overtime, relief on Social Security, secure borders and safer communities. Do we like that? And finally, we know this president has the support of our America farmers. Iowa farmers sent President Trump to the White House, and he will have your back, won't he? We know that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just getting started. The fight to restore our country and usher in a new era of opportunity has only just begun. We need to keep cutting taxes.
This piss poor opening act.
To eliminate the waste, fraud, and abuse we're seeing that does nothing but drive up costs for all the rest of us. We need to protect Social Security and Medicare. We need to lower health insurance premiums for everybody. We need to focus on prescription drug prices, get those down, and we need to make sure, again...
How can I hate Trump? He's a pedophile. He's a con man. He's stealing from us, and he's pissing all over the Constitution. Pretty good reasons to hate him.
And that is why I am running to be your next United States Senator, and I'm proud to have the endorsement of President Trump to get that done. Thank you.
Oh, this is one of those races where Trump has put it in jeopardy, isn't it?
And strong conservative majorities behind him, we have a once-in-a-generation chance to finish the job we've started and rebuild a country that works for every single Iowan and every single American. It has been the honor of my life to serve Iowa, and I would be honored to earn your vote for the United States Senate. So thank you so much, and let's give it up for the president. He'll be out shortly. Thank you.
Gotta kill the music again. So in about another hour and a half, we'll get Trump out here. Stop sniffing children, Diddy-crats. I always love it when a right-winger calls us Diddy-crats. You know who loved Diddy? Trump. Usually I have the clip of Trump being like, I love Diddy. But I don't have it handy, so... You people. I love you guys. I love all you chatters. You guys may hate me, but I love you. We got another speaker out here.
Well, hello, Iowa.
They were playing the Killers.
We are once again on the front line of helping to defend this great nation. And it's here in Iowa where President Trump came just 6 months ago to tell us what we had the opportunity to do.
Oh, wait a minute. This is the dude that
he said we have the opportunity to lead.
He got something in history wrong, didn't he? I made a video about him. He was like sitting on his desk saying
we
some
had the
bullshit.
opportunity to have the most secure nation in the world by securing
He's
our
like the lieutenant governor of Iowa, I think.
To trust in the American people.
Somebody in the chat verify that for me.
Knows better what to do with your dollars than anybody out in Washington.
Oh, it's all love fest in here in the chat. You guys are awesome.
Iowa, it's a privilege to get to fight for you in Washington because we are taking what works in Iowa.
First tour of
right to the
Melania.
nation's capital. And we've been able to deliver.
Oh, he totally has a Grindr account. There's no way around it.
With folks right here at home
I can't
who are giving
wait
us
to have
some
your
of our
cock
best
in
examples.
my mouth. I'm going to give
Tragically,
you the blowjob of your life.
We lost
then I want
two incredible
you
Iowans
inside of me.
who are defending our country on the front line. Brothers who serve with me in the National Guard. Members who put their well-being second to defending.
So, too evil to hope. Leftists love protecting child sexuality traffickers. That's their real mission.
In this audience, thank you for your fellow service and sacrifice.
Here is the Republican president with his arm around the most prolific child trafficker in modern history. And he's currently blocking the release of the Epstein files. Remember.
We have that same responsibility today, whether it's in a barren desert in Syria or whether it's right here on the home front, to defend what still matters, to defend our constitutional rights, to defend our families, to stand with our communities. And here in Iowa, we've been able to deliver on that.
So he's not the lieutenant governor.
I'm privileged to get to fight with you today.
Why do you leftists love protecting criminals that hurt children? Again. There are two criminals right there.
Secure border. The U.S.
One of them, the most prolific pedophile in modern history. The other one is the current Republican president with his arm around him.
And right here in Iowa, we're helping lead the charge to be energy independent so that Russia...
From the Bays, I fucked Bill Clinton. Nobody gives a shit about him. Lock him up. He's not the president right now.
Our farmers, our biofuel leaders get to help drive...
I wish you guys would stop with that.
I was just with the president right now, and he highlighted, he's like, you know, Zach, gas is under.
There are not pictures of Epstein with Kamala, and all the pictures with Clinton. Looks like he's more into Giselle. I think he was fucking Giselle.
So whether you are filling up a truck or a tractor, a minivan or a motorhome, here's the reality. Iowa Biofuels will help drive down that cost. It helps every family, it helps save our supply chain, and it is a national security imperative that Iowa gets to deliver. Thank you to our E15 leaders for making this a reality. Right here.
We're about 3 minutes away from 420.
Made in America.
In the Central Time Zone.
Now, Iowa, you have a great delegation, and I am privileged that I get to serve in the most fairly drawn district in America. No Illinois gerrymandering here. And that is great for democracy because it means we work.
I'm sorry you're brainwashed, Baze.
And I'm proud to be one of the most bipartisan members of Congress, but what I'm really proud to be is somebody who delivers for Iowans because Iowans have given us the ability to take what we do best here and help lead the nation as a best practice, but also as a beacon of hope because what we've been able to establish truly can be something that every American can look to and say, I'd like to be a little more like Iowa.
Well, they're in Iowa, so ethanol is huge for them because they make a lot of corn. And Trump has destroyed our worldwide corn market.
What is great about America? By coming right here and sharing it with us. Guys, we're going to keep fighting rural housing, adoption. We're working with Melania. She's got a great film coming out this week. Make sure you check it out. I'm proud to be working with her on.
She doesn't have a film coming out this week.
Importantly, I'm thrilled to be taking what works.
It's a film about her.
With your help, we've got to fight. I'm asking for your help. The 3rd district alone.
Less than 2 minutes until 420 in the Central Time Zone.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. We're going to lose our majority. And on day 1, Hakeem Jeffries, or maybe Nancy
release
Pelosi,
the files.
Is going to call for President Donald Trump's impeachment. And on day 2, he's going to take all the great things we've done here and raise our taxes. And on day 3, 4...
About a minute until 420 in the Central Time Zone.
We'll be locked not in something that works to go forward as we've done over this last year, but in a constant battle. You don't only look outside here at a few people who would rather see the president impeached for any reason than to actually work to move our country forward. So friends, I'm asking you here today, let's win, let's lead, and let's welcome President Trump to Iowa.
I can't believe they keep playing the Killers. We're about a minute away from 420 in the Central Time Zone. Oh, I have Sunrocks packed. Put that down. Smoke this with me. I have Sunrocks packed. She's wanting to be sassy over here. We are moments away from Trump speaking in Iowa. 20 seconds away from 420 in the Central Time Zone. If you would like to partake upon the marijuana with me, get your accoutrements ready. Happy 420. Yeah, this is very unusual for a sitting president to have a rally, especially one that's a lame dunk. A lame dunk. Oh my God, that got me good. We're smoking Sunrocks. It's very powerful. He likes fucking the working class, indeed. We just have some insane comments here in the chat. Oh, here comes Trump. He's making his entrance. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. I can't play the song. Lee Greenwood would come after me. So try to let you guys know, get a feeling for what it's like being there. Eyes of the Wakened. Welcome in, friend. The Rational Party. Carla, I tell you good evening. Ouch, my freedoms. Love you, friend. Delusional dementia rant, that's all he does. That's all he can do. Greenwood is a pussy ass bitch. You goddamn right, Byronic. Every single historian disagrees with you, Pierre. Historians rank him at the bottom. And I assume after this term, he won't be like the 5th worst president. He'll be the worst. I think this was supposed to start at 4 o'clock my time, 3 o'clock Iowa time. So that would put him at 1 hour and 23 minutes late. But once again, with events like these, it's kind of tentative because they don't announce the time until like a day out. It's a protection thing for the president, right? You don't want to give people time to be able to research a location, yada, yada, yada. And the Secret Service comes in and sweeps the area. Pierre, how has Trump fixed America? And the Klan is pro-Trump. Like, you people kill me. Like, go up to a Klansman and call him a Democrat, and they will flip the fuck out on you. It's the weirdest thing. I know this because I'm from Tennessee.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, and I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Iowa with so many proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. It's an amazing state. What a place. Boy, do we have some victories here. Were they the greatest? So exactly 2 years ago this month, it was the people of Iowa.
Southern conservatives invented the KKK, and they're all Republicans now, my friend. The KKK, very anti-democrat.
That was a quick one. After a rigged election, we had a rigged election. I said, do we do it again? And I said, I think we better do it again. Not too many people who would have said that. But we did so well the second time, I said, well, we won twice, we got to do it a third time. Should we do it a fourth time? Four victories. 4 victories. We got the right team over there. The right team over there. That would be easy for you. That wouldn't even be work. But you came out by the thousands on a cold and snowy winter evening. Remember that beautiful evening? And together we won the Iowa caucuses in a 30-point landslide. That was great. I'll never forget it. It was so freezing. You think it's cold now? That blew it away. Whatever happened to global warming? You know? Now it's, it's like one of those things. But it was the coldest night. I remember it was way below zero. And they say, sir, you don't have to come till 10 or 11 o'clock because the caucus takes longer. Then I got a call at, let's say the polls close at 7. Sir, you've won. I said, I won what? They told me 10 o'clock. They can't announce. They said, you won by so much. They just called it at 1 minute after 7. So, right? So we made the journey. And we made that journey through all the cars and everything else, and we made a speech, but what an evening that was. Then in November, we won the state by a massive landslide. That was incredible in the election. And we then went on to win all swing states, all 7 of them. They said 7 swing. Well, he could win 4 of them. He's doing very well, but we won 7. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades by millions and millions of votes. And we won a category that's very important. We won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. How about that?
This is the same thing we hear over and over and over again.
Other than that, we didn't do too well. So now we're back where it all started to celebrate the greatest first year of any administration in American history. They say that. Even the radical left is saying, holy man, we did a lot of things. 12 months ago, Joe Biden handed us a mess. We inherited the legacy of record high inflation, the highest inflation in the history of our country. They say the fake news, ooh, that's a lot of fake news. No, the fake news said it's 48 years. I remember recently I said the highest inflation, the worst, I believe this, by the way, worst in the history of our country. They said it wasn't the worst. It was 48 years. I said, that's okay, too. Somehow that sounds even worse than when you say the history, right? 48 years. I accepted that.
Come on, man.
But I think it was in the history. A mass invasion of our border in our country was being laughed at all over the world. We were being laughed at. We were a joke. We're not a joke anymore. We're not a joke. We're not being laughed at anymore. But today,
President douchebag liar indeed.
President Trump, our economy is booming, incomes are rising, investment is soaring, inflation has been defeated. Our border is closed, totally closed.
That's what I told Curiouser. It's like he's talking about the 2020 election.
Is respected all over the world like they've never been respected. 1 year, I thought it would take us 2 years. I guess I'm following in the great path of John Deere. We got the chairman of John Deere here. Chairman and CEO, that's pretty good. I even signed a John Deere hat for me.
I'm over here laughing my ass off, and somebody in the chat's like, lefties keep crying.
Great company. And you just said you're opening up 2 massive plants because of tariffs. You're opening up
like
one
that's
in
the
North Carolina, one
reality we live in.
And you're expanding all over the place. You're doing a great job. I bought a lot of John Deere stuff.
This woman right here that looks like Kathy Hochul,
it's an honor to have you. Thank you very much.
She can be my GOP mommy.
This has been the most dramatic 1-year turnaround of any country in history in terms of the speed. I really thought it would take us 2 or 3 years to do what we're doing. You know, we're the greatest, the #1 country anywhere in history in the world, anywhere in history for investment coming into the country. And it's amazing. And it's because of tariffs. And it's also because of the fact that we had such a tremendous November 5th. That November 5th brought spirit back to our country, came back. You know, one thing I think which is so important is, if you remember a year and a half ago, we couldn't get people to enlist in the military, any of them, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, any of them, the Coast Guard, Space Force, I love Space Force, right? We couldn't get them, and even police departments, they couldn't get anybody with a uniform that represented the country, you couldn't get them. And today, we have the single greatest recruitment numbers in the history of our military. The police forces are loaded. Law enforcement is loaded up. And everybody wants to be a policeman, a fireman. They want to be in the military.
Nobody wants to be a cop.
And, we literally, they couldn't get them. A year and a half ago, nobody wanted to be in the military.
Fireman, cool in my book.
In the military. It's an amazing thing that's happened, an amazing turnaround. And all because we
Turtle, welcome in. I had some dog and cat earlier.
Very simple. Puts America first, right?
Where are the files cut? I'm surprised you haven't, Flash.
Thank you. So under my leadership, economic growth is exploding to numbers unheard of. They've never had them before in recent times, and now And we're just getting started. You know, the great, big, beautiful bill, which is no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax.
Didn't the bottom fall out of the economy?
For our seniors, do we have any seniors in here? Do we have any seniors in here? One of the fake news said, he did that because he doesn't want to pay tax on his Social Security. Don't you believe? That's what I never thought of. These are sick people. But despite the fact that we've just really started.
Oh, you totally thought of
we
it.
inherited such a horrible situation with all of the high prices and the inflation and everything else. And by the way, the open borders, we had millions and everything you see today wouldn't happen. They opened the borders, but we had a 5.4%. And since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time highs, adding $9 trillion in value to your savings, retirement accounts, and 401ks. So 401k people, I mean, of which you got a lot of people. Does anybody have a 401k in the audience? A lot of people. So you're setting records, right? The highest it's ever been. They say this, you know, the good stock market, they say, well, this stock market, you know, they just try so hard. This stock market doesn't affect the middle class. I say it does. What about a 401k? What about all the other things? What about the fact that they're making more salary than they've ever made? But the stock market's the highest. How is John Deere stock doing? Great? All-time high? It's all-time.
Doing great if you use some Steiner math.
I mean, I made a lot of people rich. Me, I just keep working. I made a lot of people rich. I made a lot of people rich that I don't even like. I got a lot of people that I don't like at all, and I've doubled their net worth. But after 4 years in which Biden got less than $1 trillion in new investment, think of it.
Yeah, we're looking at him. He made somebody rich. He is legitimately a billionaire now.
We secured commitments.
He wasn't before.
Record-breaking plus.
He was just lying and saying he was a billionaire. He's legitimately a billionaire now, unfortunately.
18 trillion, and he did less than 1 trillion. Just over 1 year ago, under Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left lunatics, we were a dead country.
Come on,
we were a
man.
dead country. I tell you, 1 year ago, a little more than 1 year ago, we were a dead country. The king of Saudi Arabia told me that. You've heard me say it. He said it better than anybody else. He said, you know, I can't believe it.
The country that attacked us on 9/11.
He said a year ago you were a dead country. Now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said, I can't believe it.
Fake it until you make it. Donald Trump is the ultimate fake it until you make it.
Historic investment, the great American company that we just talked about is doing so much. I have to.
No, he was probably worth a couple $100 million if he wasn't encumbered by debt. That's from a court filing from a judge.
But I know it's a very special deal because John Deere is doing $70
But we know that he was highly encumbered by
North Carolina is brand new, the best in the world, and I think it's going to pay off very, very big. And if it doesn't, I have nothing to do with it. But if it does, I'm going to.
Governor, the right commits the overwhelming majority of violence in this country, and it's not even close.
What it is an excavator factory, as I understand it, and it's going to be the only excavator factory. In other words, excavators. We all know I love those excavators. Believe it or not, I know a lot about them. We don't make them here. This is going to be the only excavator entirely made in the United States of America. So that's good. That's good. I love it. I love it. It's great. And they'll all come. I hate to tell you, but they're all going to be coming too. You're going to have some competition, but you'll be ahead of them. If congressional Democrats had their way this year, would right now be facing the largest tax hike. So they wanted to give you, this is what I was running against, the largest tax hike in the history of our country. I wanted to give you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. And if they won, this country would be cratering right now. It would be cratering. So I've cut a record number of job-killing regulations. The reason our job numbers are so good, and remember this, I've cut hundreds of thousands of federal jobs. Now, if I didn't do that, our numbers would be even more through the roof. Or I could get them. You know what they do? In order to have decent numbers, they hire 1 million people. You hire 1 million people, all of a sudden you're down to 3.5%. We don't do that. We get rid of that job where you have 10 jobs for every, you have 10 people for every job. And they are all now, and they hated me. They hated me. Now they love me. You know why? They all got jobs in the private sector making twice as much money as they made from the federal government, sometimes much more than that. So a year ago, they hated me, and now they love me. But it includes dozens of burdensome regulations that were crushing our amazing farmers. We love our farmers. We won this thing. I think.
Whoa, sorry about that. That one got me too. They lost their feed. I don't know if that is like something has happened at the event, or it's probably just, weather. We'll just go to a different source. That was very weird. I'm trying to find one that's not using the same ABCs down. Okay, the White House is still going. Okay, oh, we're back.
It can only happen to me. But I repealed the Biden's
I was hoping, but I figured it was just a technical glitch.
Off your land and out of your business. That was a big one. That was a big one. I terminated the so-called diesel exhaust fluid requirement. You know what that is?
Yeah, the White House feed never went down.
Family farmers more than $1 billion a year, and we're going to do a lot more. We're going to do something on tractors. They never took we did it with cars. We took all that nonsense off the cars.
Oh, they censored him because he dropped a slur, possibly.
MIT to get somebody to fix your car with all the crap they had on it in order to save a quarter of a glass of this much little tiny bit of gas. These people are crazy. And I'm going to do that, I think, for tractors, too, because we're going to get the tractors back where you don't have to be a PhD in order to start your tractor, in order to keep the environment clean. So much nonsense. I think it makes the environment dirty. And very importantly, on day one, I kept my promise to the people of Iowa and abolished the insane electric vehicle mandate, which would have obligated you to go out and buy an electric car, but it would have obliterated a thing called ethanol. Do you like ethanol? Is it big? A lot of people are asking me about
who in the chat drinks ethanol.
I don't know. Do you want me to do something with ethanol? Maybe. After years of the United States getting ripped off
drink
by
a giant glass of ethanol. Please, Trump.
The farmers of our country, like no other president has done this. I mean, no other president has done this. I could have had a nice, easy presidency. I'd probably have this little piece of ear back, Could have it, and I wouldn't have to listen to lunatics like this up there.
There's not a piece of your ear missing, sir.
Isn't that nice?
We've all seen pictures. There's no ear missing there.
Thank you. Boy, they're good here. Do we love our law enforcement? They work very quickly.
America was literally founded on kicking authority in the balls.
We had the largest trade deficit in world
kicking
history.
authority in the balls.
But in 1 year, I've slashed our gaping trade deficit by a staggering 77%. How about that? What about that? That's pretty good.
And racism.
Nobody's ever seen that. If you slash your trade deficit by 1%, you're like a genius. They say, oh, he's very electable. He's not so electable. I did 77. I did something else, favored nations on drugs. We now are paying the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. In other words, we're matching favored nations. It's called most favored nations. Every other president tried for it. They didn't try very hard. They didn't get anything. I got it done. I got all the nations to agree. You think that was easy? I said, if you don't agree, we're going to put tariffs on you. They said, we agree. We agree. So you'll have a pill that costs $10, as an example, costs $10 in London, costs $130 in Des Moines, and now it's going to cost $20.
Des Moines.
Go from $130 down to it's the biggest price reduction of prescription drugs in history. And
if you guys have not seen the guy on SNL that does Trump now, he's amazing.
I was very proud of it. And you know, the fake news, I can't get him to talk about
He's nailed the cadence and just the line of thought, the way Trump goes from subject to subject and subject and the inflection. It's beautiful.
So I just got the biggest, I can't believe it. If a Democrat got a half a point down, this is like hundreds of, depending on the way you want to calculate it, you could say it's an 80% reduction, or you could say it's 1,000% reduction. You could say whatever you want, but it's the biggest reduction.
Yeah, he's like Bart in that episode of The Simpsons with the pan. I am so great. I am so great.
We were paying 10 times, in many cases, more
when he was jealous of Lisa.
The rest of the world. And I said it wasn't fair. And I got it done. And everyone said you can. They said, you'll never get other countries to agree. They said,
man, if you believe Trump, you'll believe anything.
You'll never get the other countries to agree. I got the drug companies. That was not easy, I want to tell you, but that was not so bad. But they even told me, we'll agree to it, but you'll never get the other countries. I said, 100% I will. Why wouldn't I get them? And I called Macron of France. I said, you got to double the price of your drugs. He said, no, I will not do that. What was the story with
Catwalk
the other day? What the
record
hell
tranny.
was that all about?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Record tyranny.
But anyway, but I got them all. I don't want to go into a long story. Bottom line, I said I'm going to increase tariffs.
I'm sorry. I should not have said that.
25% tariff if you don't do it. They said, we will do it. We would be, why don't you ask? We'd love to do it. So I got something done that no other president could have gotten done, and no other president. I don't even think they tried. You want to know the truth? You think Biden was thinking about it?
Yes, mad props to Brazil.
Was thinking about how the hell to
yes, cancel Justin.
Remember, the guy could never find it. You have so many ways. You can jump off the front if it...
Curious or heard it in there and you canceled Justin.
The guy could never find his way off the stage. This was not a good sign. But I've made new fair trade deals with countries covering half of all U.S. trade. You do know they're paid agitators, right? They're paid. They get paid. You know, do you ever see their signs?
The people yelling USA in the back?
You'd have guys making a sign in a basement. These are all paid agitators.
Once again, his first rally, down the Golden Escalator, everybody there was paid.
I don't know.
We know this for a fact.
They're paid insurrectionists, really, in some cases. They're sickos. But I've made new fair trade deals with countries covering half of all U.S. trade, scoring giant wins for the farmers, ranchers, and agricultural producers like no other president has ever done. That's why I got such a tremendous vote from the farmers, and I love you too. I do love you too.
The farmers, he is bankrupted.
Will now allow the United States to supply up to 100% of automotive ethanol, and import large amounts of aviation biofuels from the United States. That's great for you. That was part of the deal that we made. The United Kingdom will import
Anthony, yes. Sadly,
of ethanol. That's part of their deal.
30-40% did, yes. Just like this.
Into its market for the first time in more than 20 years. Did you know that? And beef is doing great, and we got to get the prices down a little bit, and they're starting to come down pretty much. China has agreed to purchase over $40 billion of U.S.-grown soybeans. You know that. You're selling them. They're selling them. And I went to President Xi, and he's upping it. I mean, it's $40 billion. The European Union will dramatically increase purchases of American pork, dairy, and soybean oil. They never did that before. They're all doing things that they never did before, because you have a certain president that's a little bit different from the presidents that you had before. And nations from Cambodia to Thailand to the Philippines and Indonesia are eliminating all trade barriers to agricultural
A holiday in
products, their
Cambodia.
agricultural products had trade barriers that didn't allow them to be sold in countries that are now saying, oh, please, we'd love to accept your product. So that's great. It's going to be, you're going to see it starting to kick in now for the farmers. And to further help our farmers recover from the really a catastrophe of the Biden years, what a period of years that we had. We had a country that was just dead. We had a country that was just not respected by anybody.
Come on, man.
We had a guy who didn't know where the hell he was. Do you think he worried about his farmer at night? No. He just wanted to go.
I don't know that you know where the hell you are.
This is what we had. This is what we had in our fake election. We recently issued $12 billion in farm relief. We gave them because you were screwed by other countries. I said, how much is the number? To our great Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke. She's doing a great job. I said, Brooke, what's the number? And she said $12 billion. And I wrote a check for $12 billion because we have so much money from the tariffs coming in. So you couldn't have done that before. We're a rich country now. I hope we win that Supreme Court.
Did you just say $12 billion?
People that are China-oriented, they're people from literally that very China-oriented and foreign country-oriented trying to stop that. But we'll get it done one way or the other. We're going to do it. If we have to do it a different way, we'll do it. But we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We're doing amazing. Nobody can even believe it. Foreign countries cannot believe what's happened. They're studying us, but it won't work.
Yeah, they don't believe it.
We're working hard to expand your markets domestically. And in the campaign, I promise to support E15 all year round. Yes?
Did he just say in the campaign?
Should I do it, Kaufman? Should I do it? I did. I promised E15 all year round if I get elected. And I want to...
If he gets elected?
And we'll start right now. I was going to put out a statement a week ago. I said, hold it. I'm coming to Iowa to make a speech. I'm not going to put out a truth. I'm not going to put... I want to be there in person to tell them, the people of Iowa, to know that...
Does he think he's campaigning?
Speaker Mike Johnson, who's great, and...
In like 2016, he doesn't know where he is, does he?
Senate, to find a deal that works, we've got it. For farmers, consumers, and refiners, including small and mid-sized refiners. In other words, to get E15 approved, and they're working on it. They're very close to getting it done. So I just wanted to let you know that. Okay?
He said if I get elected.
And China will
he said, I'm supporting this in the campaign.
Supporting year-round E15 to my desk very quickly, and I will sign it without delay. Okay?
Come on, man.
I hope you remember us for the midterms. You know, the worst thing about the midterms is the fact that no matter what happens, the people that win the presidency, you win even if you're a good president. I think we had the best first year of any president ever, maybe they say. But even if you have a great...
He said if I get elected, he can't run again.
Years, they've won it twice. Can you believe it? If something happens...
I see a pedophile.
With the voters.
Screw turn. He's a fucking moron.
Whoever wins the presidency has a hard time with the midterm. If we lose the midterms, you'll lose so many of the things that we're talking about, so many of the assets that we're talking about, so many of the tax cuts that we're talking about. And it would lead to very bad things. We got to win the midterms. I mean, I'm here because I love Iowa, but I'm here because we're starting the campaign to win the midterms. We got to win the midterm. That means Senate, and it means House. Got to win them. It's crazy. You know,
and it means House. Seriously, he
deal or something.
Dude from SNL nails him.
And this is Democrat, too. Democrat wins the presidency.
And that means House.
The midterms. Now, maybe they don't campaign as hard because they've I don't know, but I campaign hard. We got to win the midterms. So remember that you got to get out and you got to vote. The midterms are very important. We're gonna
get like 100 campaign rallies all this year, aren't we?
Great candidates. Again, Senate and House. We have great candidates. We got to win them, and we have candidates that rule with common sense, not this craziness. You know, we're not going to be supporting transgender for all, men and women's sports.
I don't think I'm a thug at all. I think I'm a redneck
borders.
from Appalachia, motherfucker. Get your shit straight, Bone.
The worst
No
is
transgender for all.
I take care of things, and inflation I had it beat very quickly and all. But this open border thing,
They're gonna trans your kids.
taking criminals in that they allowed into our country, where the jails are opened up. Remember the jails, the prisons all over, from all over the world. They're opened up. The Congo, all over South America, Venezuela.
They're doing the Congo.
We got to get them out. I mean, it's really, really, we can never forget what that group of morons did to this country. We can never forget. And we've got to win the midterms. That's why we've got to win the midterms. As we bring trillions of dollars pouring into our country from overseas, we're also making America affordable again, a problem caused totally by the crooked Joe Biden administration. I mean, I inherited this problem. They say, prices are too high. I just took over. They said,
I was really looking forward to them transing my
3 days,
kids.
I have a news conference 3 days into my administration. What about the price of eggs? They've gone up like 5 times more. I said, I just got here. I didn't.
Can I offer you an egg in this trying
Got eggs
time?
down very quickly, remember? But I was standing there. I'm so happy. I just want.
All leftists are
It's going to
transgender.
be so nice. And some lunatic.
Sounds like
right
a fun time.
What about the price of eggs?
You get a
I
transgender.
said,
You get a
Give me
transgender.
a little, because I don't know. I just got here. I'm sorry. But I fixed it. Now I fixed it pretty much all, but it's going to go down even further. No, but they caused the problem. And then they came up.
I am very sorry to my trans friends in the chat.
Every time you hear the word, remember, they're the ones that caused the problem.
Because it's
And,
using your lives as
First
an
time you heard about it was
object,
like a
and
few
that's
months ago.
it's horrid.
This election's all about affordability. Well, they're the ones that caused the problem. But nobody knows that. People forget. So they say, oh, affordability, let's vote for the Democrats. It's no, affordability.
I hate that your
tremendous
existence
price
is a campaign issue.
It was caused by the worst inflation we've ever had. And they come up with this word affordability.
I hope
And
to
said,
outlive
even
the
although you're not
demagoguery.
hearing it so much anymore. You know why? Because the prices are coming down so much. They don't want it to be an election based on lower prices. But we're bringing down.
Man, Jeff, if you look at this dude and you don't see loser, I don't know what to tell
We
you.
inherited the highest
Big, beautiful mental hospitals.
country, and we've rapidly brought them down. And that's what we want to do. Did you ever see them where they're being interviewed? This will be an election on affordability. And I say that, but they never talk about it after. That's all they say. They just say affordability, but they never do anything, Mr. Chairman, right? They never say.
Look at Zohran Mamdani in New York City. He's doing plenty of
look,
things.
People are doing a lot of things. You're not into politics that much, although you like it. You like Trump, but you're not into politics. But you're not going to go back and examine.
Jeff, I can't imagine going through life as fucking stupid as you
They did a
are.
good job. They almost destroyed our country. They were
I got
pricing
seriously.
you
If
out.
I went
Yesterday
around being like,
it was
"Zip torn,"
$0.50, and now it's at $1.
I would be really
You know,
embarrassed.
saying
You should learn to feel
$1.99
embarrassment.
today in Iowa. I was told that it was $1.85 it hit a gallon in Iowa. And that's like a massive tax cut. That's actually
Jeff, do you think you've had anything smart to say?
So the Biden nightmare cost a typical American family $34,000 in 4 years, but after 1 year of Trump, real wages are already up more than $2,000.
Right-wingers think they know
That's a
jack shit about
$5,000
gender and
swing.
all come in
Much
here and say,
faster.
liberals think men
Much-
can get
Much
pregnant.
faster. Think of this than inflation. With
Like,
him, it was
my
just the
God,
opposite.
you all say the same
Wages in
thing.
the
You're
United
so
States in the last
brainwashed.
year have gone up. And
Please,
remember,
learn to
the
feel
first part
embarrassment.
of the year, actually, you could say almost the first year, I was fixing the country from the horror show that we inherited. Grocery prices, airfares, hotels, car payments, and rent prices have all come down, and they've come down very fast. And thanks to our tax cuts, millions of Americans will soon receive record-setting.
Yes, this is my
tax
mommy and
refunds,
daddy's
average of
basement.
more than $1,000. Think of that. $1,000.
They bought my microphone,
compared to
too.
last year, $1,000 just in one
There
year
are
saved
only two
with some of the
genders.
tax cuts, and that number goes up exponentially over the
But
course
you
of
don't understand gender at
I mean,
all.
it's amazing. It's called the Great Big Beautiful Bill.
That's probably not a topic you should talk about.
You know, one other thing that you get that's I thought was so great. I came up with it. You know, very rich people get deductions. Middle income people don't get deductions. They never had to.
Speaks too much. No, you don't want all the political garbage off your doom scrolls. You want to watch me and make fun of the political garbage.
Like hell.
So subscribe on the YouTube.
And I said, why can't
find out what that news be doing?
In America, only if it's made in America. If it's made in some other country, we have no interest. So I got it approved in the great big beautiful bill. You get a full tax deduction against your income tax. You get a full tax deduction. Think of it, if you purchase a car in America, if you borrow money, the interest that you're paying on that borrowed
that
money
is true, Sue. Well, there's
deduction for your tax purposes, and that's a tremendous deal. And you know what? It's also great for the car companies.
There's 2 points on a spectrum.
That they couldn't believe it, and I got it passed. So
and a wide variety between.
The king of deductions. No, but it was always unfair the way a lot of people got treated. You take that deduction.
Gender
one of those
is
who will be seeing a big benefit.
The mistake right wingers make about gender is they want to say that gender is binary, which means 1 or 2. There's 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. It has to be one or the other.
I'm not allowed to say that.
It has to be a 0 or a 1. There's no other option.
Say a woman is
binary.
Beautiful. That's the end of your political career.
That's binary code. That's why I switched to 0, 1.
How are you? Congratulations. What a good story.
Sex
She's the general manager
is actually bimodal, which means there is 1 point, there's another point, and there's a spectrum between those.
I visited strongly a couple of times in the campaign, and Erica's been able to hire many new employees, and they're each going to be taking home thousands and thousands of dollars extra because of the no tax on tips. And she's got a lot more people wanting to work for her, too, because of that no tax on tips. That's just one of many. How's that working out, Erica? Good? You want to come up and say a few words? Come on up, Erica. You want to come on up?
Explorer. We've never had a president talk like this, and I don't know if that's do you find that to be a good thing or a bad thing?
Judy works part.
I kind of find that to be a bad thing because he is
an electrician who works hours,
raving lunatic.
Overtime each week. Their family is going to save thousands of dollars on
Susie, welcome in.
Tax on overtime and no tax on tips, which they'll use to prepare for retirement. And I want to thank you, Judy. Where's Judy? Come here. Where's Judy? Come on up, Judy. Get up here. Come on up. They're totally unprepared for this, but what the hell, right? Say a few words. Thank you.
Love back to you in Sweden.
Thank you, President Trump. No tax on tips is huge for everyone in the service industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would just like to say the same thing. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and good luck. I refuse to say they're beautiful. I refuse.
Oh, my God.
They're beautiful. Do all people look like that in Iowa? I don't think so. Thank you both. Congratulations, too. Great. That's great.
He's such a fucking creep.
I looked at both of them and I said, get up here. We're also pleased to be joined by Governor Kim Reynolds. Kim, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Great. A man who's become a real star, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott. He's become a star. He's done a real job. He knows his business. And he's a big cutter. He cuts a lot of things. Small business administrator, another real star, Kelly Loeffler. Kelly. Thank you, Kelly.
Why people so afraid of gay people so they want to be on the place?
Thanks, Kelly. What? Great person. Those are great people.
So they want to be on the place of the gay. I love it. The place of the gay. I want to be on the place of the gay.
Randy Feenstra, Marionette Miller Meeks, and Zach Nunn. I want to thank you. Thank you. And I want to tell you that they're all great and they're all running and they should be in good shape, but you got to get out and vote. Got to get out and vote. Iowa Attorney General Brenna Bird. Where's Brenna? Hi, Brenna. Boy, she was early to endorse me. She was so early. We appreciate it. We'll never forget that. That was great. Thanks a lot, Brenna. And you're doing well. I hear you're doing great, right? Thank you. She's running again. You got to vote for her. State House Majority Leader Bobby Kaufman. Bobby. Guys, you gotta move her there. Thank you, Bobby. Great job. Great.
You gotta move her.
Former State Senate President Leader. Now, I have to tell you about this guy. He endorsed me, the first person in the entire United States of America. It was a year I knew I was running, he endorsed me. He endorsed me because he thought I would be good. I wasn't even thinking about running. He was so early. He was the first person in the United States, before my wife, before my kids. State Senate President. He's the Marlboro man. He looks like the Brad Zahn. Where's Brad? Where are you, Brad?
I cannot
Come
get
on
the
up here.
offset
Get up here,
right
Brad.
to get the audio matched up.
And State Representatives Heather Hora, Derek Wolf, Brooke Bowden, and many other wonderful members of the Iowa State House. I want to thank you all for being here. Brad, you got to say, look at this guy. Can you talk, Brad?
Well, it's an honor to be here. And you know, my wife is a
Oh, that dude's date raped somebody.
She loves Laura Ingraham. And I tell her, I said, enjoy every second because you are the GOAT. Promises made, promises kept. Thank you. Great job.
The working folks president, catwalk.
Do whatever it was.
The dude with the golden toilet.
He was so early. I said, who the hell is that guy in Iowa that keeps endorsing me? Thank you, Brad. We won't forget. The Trump administration has done more in 12 months than most administrations achieve in 4 years or 8 years.
I mean, he ain't wrong about that. This has not been good shit.
Introduced my plan to repair the damage of the Unaffordable Care Act, the worst disaster, which now costs many families more than a mortgage.
Man.
If you look, a number came out, it's a bigger cost than a mortgage, and it's bad health care. Obamacare.
Catwalk? Why do right-wingers always assume that...
You want to do that? I want the money to be paid to the people to go out and buy their own health care. You'll buy much better health care. You have a lot of money left over. And I'm also making it a lot easier to buy a thing called a house, the American dream. Last week, I signed an executive order to ban Wall Street and large institutional investors from buying up all the single-family homes in America. Because we don't want America to become a nation of renters, and that's what they forced happen. I mean, you have these companies, they own 5,000 houses, 20,000. One has hundreds of thousands of houses. We don't want that. We want people to be able to buy houses. At the same time, I want to keep the value of the house very high of those people who already own a house. We're not forgetting about them, because they don't necessarily match those two things. You know, we get the prices down. Well, what does that do? Very important to me, more important to me, is, you know, people have become rich by owning their home. We're going to keep them nice and rich. Is that okay? You know, nobody, I'll bet you've never heard that before, right? But people own a home, and for the first time, their home, it's a certain, we're not going to bring that price down. I want to say, let them be rich. But we're strengthening Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac that you've heard about. And in the last 12 months, those institutions have supported over 22,000 Iowa families in purchasing or refinancing and saved over 3,000 Iowa families from losing their homes. We've come out and really helped a lot of people keep your home. And despite a bad Fed chairman, a guy that has no, we call him too late. He's too late. Jerome Too Late Powell, he's too late. He wasn't too late before the Democrats on the election, then he was too early. But he wants to keep rates as high as possible. Despite that, we've driven rates down. You know, when you're really good, you can get them down despite everything.
This dude having a hard time staying awake.
It just sort of follows nature. Mortgage interest rates are now at the lowest level in 3 years, and new mortgage applications are up 30%. By the way, well, we have a great Fed chairman. I think we're going to have one. I'll announce it pretty soon. You'll see rates come down a lot. And refinancings are up 100% compared to the end of the Biden term. Up 100%. We're also working tirelessly to bring back a thing called law and order. You know, there was a time. So there was a time that you weren't allowed to use the words law and order. I like that guy. You weren't allowed to use the term law and order. You weren't allowed to use the term Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody, right? Remember that 2016? I ran on.
That's not just Law and Order has been on TV for like 30 fucking years.
But we brought that back. But law and order, we need law and order.
But you couldn't say Law and Order.
Crime rate now in the history of our country. That's good. But we'll do it.
You couldn't say Merry Christmas.
And as everyone is aware, we've totally and completely closed the southern border with little fanfare, but tremendous success. Where the southern border is closed, nobody's coming in. That's right. Nobody is able to come into a country except for those that come in legally. We want to have people come in legally. We need people to come in legally, but they have to show that they can love our country, not hate our country. They have to show that they're not going to blow up our shopping centers.
Jippo, amen on that.
Kill people. They're coming in legally, but they cannot come in unless they come in legally into our country, and we're letting some great people come in. They have to show that they can love our country. They have to be proud. Not like Ilhan, Omar. Did you see that wise guy? You know, she's always talking about the Constitution provides me with the following. You know, the Constitution, she comes from a country.
Ragnitz, he even said if I get elected and made campaign promises,
Okay,
it's
it
very
barely has a
weird.
governor. I don't think it does. They go to one thing, pirates. But they don't do that anymore. You know why? Because they get the same
Ouch, my freedoms, the stream crashed.
others get. Boom, boom.
I lost the internet for a second. I think it starts a whole new stream too, so I'm sorry about that, guys.
I don't care what ship they're attacking. When they attack, when we say them going in, ping, that's the end of it. It's amazing. You know, I don't know if you know, drugs coming in by water is down 97%. And we're trying.
Oh, really, Holiday? No, there was another cop show.
Because we consider them the bravest people in the world.
And then Law and Order was like the replacement for that cop show.
But it's down 97%.
Hill Street Blues.
Down on the land. The land is much
Right, I might have the channels
the
wrong.
sea first, but the sea is done. We haven't exactly helped the luxury fishing business, I would say. Would you like to go fishing? No, thank you. I'd rather. Let's go deep sea fishing today. Let's go on a little boat deep sea fishing. Sorry about that. But it's down 97%. We've done a job. I'll tell you, we've made our country respected again.
He's using that Steiner math again.
The greatest military. We have the greatest military in the world. You know, I rebuilt our military in our first term. And we have the greatest military in the world. So you read much about Minnesota, where, unbeknownst to the public, we have brought down crime very substantially in Minnesota. We've taken out thousands of hard criminals, hardened, vicious,
I need more
horrible
drugs.
criminals. You don't read about things like Washington, D.C., where there is virtually no crime, and it was horrible a year and a half ago. Memphis, Tennessee, which was a real disaster, and now it's down. Crime has dropped by 78%.
Baby, it was Memphis.
New Orleans, Louisiana. I was asked by the governor of Louisiana to help them with New Orleans. It was a disaster, and crime is down 54% in about.
Not a one of you thought you'd be hearing Pam Tillis on my stream.
And we've done all of this by taking thousands of criminals out of these states. We took
I think that's Pam
2,000
Tillis.
people out of Washington, D.C. These were criminals. You know, if you remember, about 2% of the population, it's a very simple business. 2% of the population.
Oh my God, he's back to the Steiner math.
2% of the crime. So when you start decimating that 2%, boom, that's why we have to. It's an amazing number when you think. It's just crime over and over and over. 2% creates
Take you
90% of the
33
crime.
and a
Isn't
third
that
chance
amazing?
minus my
Not that
25%
complicated,
chance.
is it? In 1
You
year,
got
we've
an
achieved the
8 to 3 chance of
largest
winning.
drop in the murder rate in the history of our country. Drug overdose.
It works 100% of the time, 70% of the time.
Largest drop ever recorded. We got to do better than that. And I've designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Big deal. And despite the strong efforts of the fake news media, we are starting to see the historic success reflected in tremendous polls. We have great polls. In last week's Rasmussen poll, we're leading
60. I'm sorry. I've not seen. Is it Anchorman that it comes from?
among Hispanic voters. You know, Hispanic voters don't want crime. People don't realize that. Hispanic voters want strong borders because they know what's coming in and they don't want them.
I just watched it for the first time the other day.
Great in the election with Hispanic voters. We did so great with black.
It wasn't
We
good.
did so great with white.
I did not like it.
In yesterday's RMG poll,
He's in Iowa, which means, you know, that's where
deportation policies by a margin of 10%.
usually candidates would go to campaign for president right now. It's a lot
You
of
say like 100%.
2028 hopefuls have been in Iowa the last few months.
Hates our country. And a recent Harvard-Harris poll found that 80% of Americans support our unprecedented operation to deport criminal aliens. In other words, 80%, that's more like it, of the people support our operation to remove really dangerous, bad people out of our country.
I am all for moving dangerous, bad people out of our country. Let's start with you.
A Reuters poll that just came out.
Do I want to get rid of rapists and murderers? Yes. I want to get rid of you.
Immigration by a lot, and the crime, they're leading by a real lot, by almost 20 points. And in real clear politics average net approval, the Republican Party is more than 10 points more popular than Democrats. And I don't even understand that. How can 10 points is considered a lot?
I don't understand it, but they're both like fucking abysmal numbers. The Democrats are like 10%, and the Republicans are like 20%.
I'm telling you, if Kamala won, or any of them, I think Gavin Newsom is worse because, I mean, he's destroyed California. If they win, that
You
group,
think you
that
just fell out of a
ideology
coconut
wins,
tree?
you will be Venezuela on steroids. And I've said it for years.
Good night, Jippo.
And you know what? They will destroy our country. The country would have been destroyed already. We're fully rebuilding the U.S. military with more than $1 trillion we're spending on the military.
Virgil, Walmart is closing 250 stores in California because they overextended themselves.
And in June,
and people don't shop at fucking Walmart anymore.
Nuclear capacity and Operation Midnight.
They built all these Walmart stores in the 2000s when they thought they'd have never-ending growth, and now everybody goes to Amazon and gets all their shit delivered. So Walmart stores, brick and mortar, are going out of business.
Nuclear weapon, we had to do it. And by the way, there's another beautiful armada.
Like, use your brain, people.
Toward Iran right now. So we'll see.
You'd be like, well, why is it 250 in California? Because California's a large fucking state.
They should have made a deal the first time.
And probably has a higher clientele that had already switched over to Target and other methods of retail long ago.
Dictator Nicolas Maduro to face American justice.
We are about 4 minutes away from 4:20 in the Mountain Time Zone.
Lethal, quick. They've never seen violent operations ever seen, military operations ever seen. Nobody was killed. Not on their side. A lot of people, unfortunately, I have to say a lot. We went into a very big, powerful military base with a group of unbelievable, talented, patriotic people that love our country. You couldn't hold them back.
I don't think you know what socialism is.
You know, the weather was off for 3 nights.
Do you think California, which has one of the largest economies in the world,
The next night it was...
the 5th largest economy in the world, is socialist?
Sir, they're ready to go.
You're
Sir,
an
they're
idiot.
okay.
I don't know what to tell
I
you.
said, but the weather's a little bad. I said, sir, they're ready to go. I said, God bless you, generals. And boy, did they do a job.
510, yay. Love it. Love it.
Joe Biden and his
We're going to spark it up for 420.
in Congress did everything they could to destroy our country, but they failed. And today, after just 1 year since my second inauguration, you know, we have a new hat. It's called America is Back. America is back. Our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is stopped. Incomes are up.
Okay, if you're saying we love Trump, you're a cuck.
Our economy is roaring. Our workers are thriving.
No, I don't want to insult cucks like
Winning
that.
again, winning like never before. We've never had a period of time like this. You've never had a period of time. I just left a great group of people from Iowa, and half of them were crying as they talked to me. I don't think they were crying because I'm doing a bad job. In theory, you do a bad. They were crying.
They're crying because you touched their kid.
Sir, they said, sir, you've brought our country back. Crying, crying. One woman was fantastic. She grabbed me and she put her head right there, and her tears are pouring all over my beautiful suit. I figured I'd get it.
Asshoke. I'm an asshoke.
There's a lot of makeup all over. I said, what the hell am I going to do? I got to get myself in trouble. No, but she was crying, and I said, don't cry. Be happy. Be happy. With the help of the incredible people of Iowa, we're repairing 4 long years of disaster and decline, and we're
Yeah, I didn't mean to kink shame. I'm
the
sorry.
greatest years in the history of our country. I believe
Cucking is not near as embarrassing as what Trump supporters are doing.
we are entering a period that will be called the golden age of America. That's what's happening. So together with all of you, and you were with me
About
from
45
the beginning,
seconds
all
until
3 times
4:20.
we won by a lot. I don't know if you remember, but before I got involved, this was really a Democrat state. You know that. I don't want to bring it up. And then I came along.
Obama won Iowa.
Democrat very long, and our great chairman did such
30
a
seconds.
boy, oh boy, oh boy, you could do anything.
My brain has gone ass
Come to
whoa.
Washington. Come to Washington, take any position.
Spelled asshole wrong
You
as
just
she's
doesn't
telling
wanna
me my
leave.
brain is gone. I
think you just
love
wanna
it.
stay
I
in
fucking
Iowa. I don't
love
blame
this.
you.
15
You
seconds.
are fantastic. But we've won
We'll do the countdown. Come right back to
by a
Trump.
lot. But this used to, until we came along, this used to be a Democrat state, and then we turned it. Barack Hussein Obama, have you heard of him? He won both times, didn't he win both? He won twice, you know. Barack Hussein Obama, wonderful president. Really brought people together, didn't he? But Barack Obama won twice, you know. And so everyone said, well, Iowa, you know, they had this down as not winnable. And we won in a landslide. 3 times we won in a landslide. So. Together with all of you, the citizens from all across this incredible, beautiful land.
Happy 420 to everybody in the Mountain Time Zone.
We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. That's happening. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America
Laura, good to see you, my friend.
And most importantly,
Johnny's here.
we'll make America
You're a good man.
great again. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, this was shorter than I thought it would be. Was not expecting it to go less than an hour. You want to hear the bubbler again? I can do it. Thank you. Thank you for the subscription. That one got me. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, YMCA is playing right now. I had to turn it down. Is Trump a treasonous piece of trash? Yes, absolutely. He was doing the double dick there. Okay. We've had a lot of right-wingers in the chat. If anybody would like to have the opportunity to call in and talk to me, you absolutely can. You guys seem to have a lot to say. The number is 917-830-4359. It is on your screen. I'll do my best to go through and... Oh, it only works when I'm on Restream. I have the Restream chat fucked up. That is the phone number. The phone number in Discord. Yeah. Phone number in Discord. If you get in the Discord, you gotta tell me. You gotta let me know you're in the Discord. Two-time president, full-time loser. Indeed. So if you'd like to call in, I'll have a respectful conversation with you. Top Banana, would you like to talk to me? I would love to know what goes through your guys' minds. How can you support a certified pedophile, certified con man? Omar giving a speech at 7 p.m. Okay, we might take that. Audrey, welcome in. Mr. Coy. Mr. Corey? You relax, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Skylar, hey man, what is that shit? Are you asking what kind of weed I'm smoking? It was kind of a mix. I had a bunch of different shit on my tray. I had dark cherry, super sour runts, and I had some Sun Rocks. ICE operations in Minnesota are continuing as usual. Oh, by the way, we have a report that Border Patrol shot someone in Arizona. We don't know a lot of details yet. So we were covering it last night. Border Patrol now moving on from Minnesota to
about some of the ICE operations that are happening
Arizona, and then apparently Milwaukee.
Press putting this down a few moments ago. This is there saying that a person is now in critical condition after a shooting involved Border Patrol near the U.S.-Mexico border, according to those Arizona officials. Thank you so much to my producers for bringing me the very latest. I have something I want to read to you here from the Associated Press.
Okay, let me get a newer version of this, because I had that pulled up from before we did the Trump. This is the latest out of KVOA in Tucson.
That a shooting this morning in Aravaca involved a Border Patrol officer. Thanks for joining us. I'm Robbie Reynolds. We continue to follow this breaking story here. The shooting happened at milepost 15 on West Aravaca Road around 7 this morning. News 4 Tucson, Monica Garcia is on the scene right now.
Yeah, Sun Rocks is a more exotic version of Moon
All
Rocks.
right, hey there, Robbie. It's still a developing scene, very much a developing scene, but take a look behind me. We have a lot of law enforcement out here, and I have the PIO for Pima County Sheriff's Department, Angelica Carrillo, who's getting ready to give us an update. So, Angelica, go ahead.
Hi. Obviously, this is a very preliminary.
Shit. So somehow the browser crashed on, and that's never happened to me before. It's the same browser I use every night.
That a shooting this morning in
our assistance in an investigation. We are working to get some more details for you and exactly, how this started, what happened, that sort of thing. But at this point right now, I know that you guys have a lot of questions. But I can't give you that information right now.
Okay, but we can confirm it did involve a Border Patrol agent this morning around 7 a.m. And do we know who this individual was? Were they an undocumented, a citizen?
Yeah, that's all part of the investigation. I'm still working to get some information in terms of the time that this happened, but what I can tell you is that it did happen today and that this is a U.S. Border Patrol agent involved in a shooting, and that the investigation is going to involve the FBI, which is typical anytime a federal agency is involved, and then the Pima County Sheriff's Department.
Okay, Angelica, thank you for that. All right, so let's move over this way. So what Angelica has just been telling us is the news that we've been breaking all morning long. Around 7 a.m., Border Patrol, as we just learned, NBC News also confirming that someone was shot out here. This is Aravaca, and if you don't know where Aravaca is, it's about an hour southeast of Tucson. Okay, so around 7 o'clock this morning, an individual was shot. We don't know if it was a man or a woman. We don't know if they were undocumented. We don't know if they were a U.S. citizen, but they were shot this way. So this is the closest we can get to that location. I'm going to have Ben, our photographer, pan to the right. So we can see several vehicles if we zoom in really far towards the mountain, but I can tell you they're about half a mile that way, and that's where that shooting took place. And we're told it's a rugged terrain area, so we can't get there by car. You have to get there by 4x4. So we've had a rancher and different folks drive by. They have told me we're about 20 miles, to give you an idea, of 20 miles north of the border. So they say it's not uncommon for undocumented immigrants to pass through this area. They said prior to the Trump administration that there were a lot more undocumented immigrants out here on foot. He says as of recent immigration crackdowns, he hasn't seen that many, but of course we don't know who this individual was. All we know is that someone was shot. They're in critical condition, that in fact a helicopter had to come out
CJ Muscle Man,
fly them out to the nearest hospital. So we are still waiting for more information.
Highlander.
I can tell you that we have Pima County Sheriff's Department out here on the scene. She said that they're assisting FBI, and we also have some spectators. They appear to be protesters.
Pineapple
They're not
juicy.
saying anything right now, but a group of spectators have also arrived. I'd say about 6 of them in several different vehicles. So of course we're going to be out here throughout the afternoon, and we're going to get briefed on more information. We will bring that to you on air and across our social media platforms. Back to you. Get briefed on more information.
I hate to do it.
A titty slap!
Come on now.
I didn't hate to do it. I lied. Cancel Justin. Apparently 2 cops fired their weapons in the death of Alex Preddy. We're now learning new details. This is from CNN within the last hour.
Now learning that 2 officers fired during that fatal encounter with Alex Preddy this past Saturday, according to an initial report to Congress from the Department of Homeland Security and reviewed by CNN, a report that also says that they attempted to take him into custody. So let me walk you through this. This is the report from Customs and Border Protection's initial investigation into the shooting of Preddy. It says
they never attempted to take him into custody.
Quote, he's got a gun multiple times before 2 officers fired as that struggle ensued that we have seen in videos. And I'm going to quote here from the report. It says, quote, CBP personnel attempted to take Preddy into custody. Preddy resisted CBP personnel's efforts and a struggle ensued. It goes on to say, quote, during the struggle, a Border Patrol agent yelled, he's got a gun multiple times. Approximately 5 seconds later, a Border Patrol agent discharged his CBP issued Glock 19, and a Customs and Border Protection officer also discharged his CBP-issued Glock 47 at Preddy. What it does not specifically say is whether the bullets fired from these law enforcement officers hit Preddy. Now, it also gives us a little bit about what happened afterwards. This report, again, provided to lawmakers as after the shooting, and I'm quoting here, a Border Patrol agent advised he had possession of Preddy's firearm. The BPA subsequently cleared and secured that firearm in his vehicle. Goes on to say that the personnel, quote, cut Preddy's clothing and provided medical aid to him by placing chest seals on his wounds. Now, of course, Jake, as you know, there would be an internal review, and we're getting some of it within the Customs and Border Protection Agency. Those were the officers involved in this shooting. The Department of Homeland Security is leading the investigation, the FBI in a supportive role, but we are now learning new details in this initial report from the Department of Homeland Security that went to Congress. But of course, this is still an ongoing investigation. Jake?
CNN is also now learning that about a week before.
So anyone in the chat that is like, ooh, CNN, no, we do all news sources. I'm going to take you directly to Congress. If it's from a congressperson, usually when we're watching a news report, it's because there is reporting that is interesting, and you should not tune it out. You should take in all sources. I don't know what to tell you. Usually when we're watching CNN, it'll be an interview with somebody and we're hearing directly from a source, an official source. How is the guy a dumbass? I don't get it. Oh, and there's other, like, allow me to address Simon, my friend. You bring up a random case of a person who wasn't here legally killing a U.S. citizen. That is a false equivalency. The person who killed someone was arrested, prosecuted, tried, and convicted. There's nothing to be upset about. The person who killed Alex Preddy did it as a matter of policy by the state and is being shielded by the state. So that makes it an issue for us as citizens. A random act of violence that law enforcement did their job and arrested the person isn't of any concern to me. Justice was served. So why should I be upset about some random act of violence? That is a logical fallacy. You're using it as a red herring. And it's completely emotive. Like, oh, look at this other person who was killed over there, as if we're supposed to ignore the horrors inflicted on us by our government. Once again, 917-830-4359, or you can hop in the Discord. Hold on, let me get you the... Put it in chat. I'd love to hear from some of you guys. Explain it to me. I would love to hear your perspective. 917-830-4359. Or you can hop in the Discord. Joel. Citizens commit far more crimes than anyone here illegally, because people that are here illegally tend to keep a low profile because they're here illegally. Citizens just run around with their cocks out. He didn't do anything to interfere or impede agents. Just being on the sidewalk is not interfering or impeding anything. It's not recording is not impeding or interfering with anything. Helping a woman up that was assaulted by ICE agents is not impeding or interfering with anything. He was assaulted unconstitutionally by our government, and that should be of concern to you, and you should stop trying to make up excuses for why he deserved to be murdered. You're a horrible person. 100%. Tom Homan going into Minneapolis. Apparently, Greg Bovino has lost his job and been locked out of his social media accounts. Homan met with Tim Walz earlier today.
Confirming what has been reported here, that Greg Bovino, the Border Patrol Commander at Large, who's been very visible presence in Minnesota with this surge, is on his way out of the state, demoted from his role to return to his former job in California. And Tom Homan, the border czar, coming in to be the point person on the ground, and Karen Scullin's trying to follow this day. And these are the moves that are happening that are kind of hard to see exactly, you know, the concrete
macaroni. I'm not gay, I'm
pansexual. Some of this information is difficult to parse out too, about timelines and etc.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like he met with the governor this morning.
Tom Homan.
Yeah, Tom Homan met with the governor this morning, and it sounds like maybe Fry not till later today, or maybe about right now. It's unclear, but the governor.
Yeah, usually here they would be under investigation too.
About their conversation, just saying that Governor Walz reiterated Minnesota's
Ruben, welcome in, my friend.
Three of them: impartial investigation investigation into the Minneapolis
Us who
shootings
believe in the
involving
rule of
federal
law
agents,
are
a
horrified.
swift, significant reduction in the number of federal forces in Minnesota, and an end to the campaign of retribution against Minnesota.
So those are sort of the 3 points that
Right.
the governor's office is stressing that they made to Tom Homan.
Right. But, you know, we haven't heard yet from DHS, from Tom Homan. I'm sure there are some demands on his side as well. And we have yet to hear from them. I have reached out for comment, but we have yet to hear from them on their end. I think their biggest ask, though, just over the last few days, is getting into the jails. They want to get into these jails, and they want Minnesota to honor the detainers, those who are arrested and convicted in the jails.
And I think there's been sort of different, maybe perhaps, interpretations.
You sound like a dumb fuck, Jeff.
Honoring detainers mean. The Department of Corrections and some jails, some sheriff's office say we do honor the detainers in that when they request that they want this inmate, we let them know when they'll be released from our custody.
Right.
I think historically the detainers have been more like a hold, meaning sometimes those requests are hold them longer.
U.S. history, welcome
we
in.
can get there, which the prisons and the jails don't want to do because they say that's a constitutional violation of unlawful seizure. So it's that's kind of hard to parse out too.
It is. I mean, there's also this this thing about a timeline. I think sometimes DHS or ICE is not notified except for maybe 30 minutes before the release, and they can't get there in time. So I think they're also just saying, just hold them until we can get there kind of thing, mostly because of a time constraint. They just can't get there fast enough kind of thing. And there's quite a few in the county jails. I think it's been cleared up at this point that the prisons are doing what they are supposed to be doing according to.
And it's easier for the prisons because they know well ahead of time when somebody's sentence is up or their probation begins, etc., when they'll be released.
Right.
Like in 3 weeks from now. Whereas in the county jail, it all depends on when that person appears before a judge and sets bail or etc., and then that can happen pretty quickly. So that's where, specifically, I think where ICE would prefer that they hold them longer. And I think sheriffs, based on some other court rulings in Minnesota, are hesitant to do that. Hennepin County's the other kind of thing here is that jail will not notify ICE.
Right.
When the release is happening. ICE basically has to keep an eye on that and be there.
Right.
And I think that's also part of the contention here, where the ICE, folks say, please let us know for that one. I mean, I think that's where, and that has all been sort of conflated together to say the state doesn't tell us when it's much more nuanced than that.
Right, and again, I think the focus is more the county jails. Minneapolis being a sanctuary city, they don't ask legal status when they arrest somebody, although it's probably pretty obvious if they're running their information whether they're legal or not, but they don't ask it, and so therefore they sort of just ignore it altogether. And I think ICE is asking them, don't do that. Let us know. But one of the things interesting in the governor's statement, what they're asking or tasking the Department of Public Safety here to be the liaison between the state and Tom Homan, now that Homan has kind of taken over the situation. I've asked DPS what exactly that means, how does that play out, how will that work? They're going to get back to me with sort of what they can say, and maybe they don't even know yet. You know?
It's possible they're still working out the details of that partnership.
I love somebody saying that Dems are the parties of the party of criminals when they literally elected a convicted felon president.
So they would work then with the federal
the cognitive dissonance is
insane. Whatever that coordination is in terms of working together on an investigation. I think there is now more willingness from the federal government.
Jeff, you seem to have a lot to say. Would you like to talk to me? The phone number is on the screen. I will also drop it in the chat, 917-830-4359. You can have Tom Homan, Roy. Well, we are happy to export our Nazi to you if you so want. I don't know why you would want him, but hey, go for it, pal. If anybody would like to call in, 917-830-4359. Explain to me why you would want Tom Homan. Explain to me why you think I'm delusional, David Kiley. David Kiley, explain to me why you think I'm delusional. I'm happy to have a reasonable, rational, calm conversation with anybody. Purity of essence. I love your name. Mud Puppy, welcome in. Apparently, Kristi Noem is in hot water with the Trump administration. I'm going to pull some C-SPAN up for us, and we're going to watch Ilhan Omar here at the top of the hour. A Nazi is an authoritarian ethno-nationalist. Right-wingers never know what Nazis are, and then accuse me of not knowing what a Nazi is. Jesus Christ, people.
Mr. President, the Senate gavels into session with the conscience of this nation shaken to its core. Last Saturday, in the East Street district of Minneapolis, 37-year-old Alex Preddy was shot and killed by a Border Patrol agent after he was trying to help a woman thrown to the ground by federal officers. The many videos of Alex's death circulating online are grisly, they're horrifying. They appear to show Alex was shot 10 times in less than 5 seconds. They show he held nothing more than a cell phone in his hand. If we trust our own eyes and ears instead of Trump administration propaganda, it's pretty clear that Alex was murdered in broad daylight. The grief and anger his parents must feel right now must be staggering. He was a decent young man, an intensive care nurse at the VA who dedicated his life to helping others. In fact, the morning after Alex Preddy was killed, I was at a doctor's appointment, and as it turned out, my doctor's assistant was from Minneapolis. She knew Alex Preddy. She said he was just the kindest, gentlest soul you'd ever meet. Not a bad bone in his body. Alex Preddy did not deserve to die. Nor did Renee Good deserve to die 2 weeks ago, shot in her own car mere minutes after dropping her kid off at school. Enough is enough. And that's what America is saying.
He's going to write a letter.
From one end of this country to the other. What ICE and CPP are doing in Minneapolis and other cities around the country is not border security and certainly not law and order. What ICE is doing is lawless disorder. What ICE is doing is state-sanctioned thuggery, and it must be stopped. ICE must leave Minnesota today, not tomorrow, not next week, but today. There are reports that the president is thinking about a reduction in force. A reduction isn't good enough. President Trump should act now to completely withdraw ICE and immediately turn down the temperature. Americans support law enforcement. Americans support common sense border security, but America does not support ICE.
The fuck we do.
Our communities.
Fuck the police. You don't speak for me, Chucky boy.
Look at this picture. This is the kind of picture we're seeing more and more in American cities when ICE descends upon them. Federal agents shooting at and threatening protesters. Black ICE SUVs roaming the streets and agents barging into homes without warrants. ICE encircling schools with riot gear and using kids as bait. And terrorizing our communities to the point that people are afraid to go to work, to church, shop for groceries. This man,
groceries.
This terror must stop. The American people, Democrat, Republican, Independent, demand that the chaos and lawless
American patriot with this weird Crusade's profile pic. If an officer fears for his/her life, that will respond accordingly. Please read your Constitution. You're not a patriot at all.
Of ICE be severely reined in. This week, the Senate will step into the breach. In a few days, the Senate will consider a package of 6 funding bills sent to us recently by the House, and 5 of those bills are ready to go and should quickly pass. I'll say more about that.
Yeah, not a single ICE agent has ever been in
ICE's
danger.
abuses and the administration's recklessness, the Senate must not pass the DHS
Trump is a lying
budget
pedophile.
as currently written and must be.
Chuck Schumer is an ineffective piece of
rein
shit.
in and overhaul ICE to ensure the public's safety. The fix should come from Congress. The public can't trust the administration to do the right thing on its own. And Republicans and Democrats
Hell yeah, Ryan.
work together.
Get with your DSA. If you don't have DSA, start DSA. Get with your
I will
Working
vote
Families
no
Party.
on any legislation that funds ICE until it is reined
Like
in
a
and
farmers party, whatever is
Senate
the
Democrats
strongest
are overwhelming
leftist party in your local community, and run for office yourself.
ICE should meet the same basic standards of accountability and due process that any law enforcement agency is asked to meet. Now, separately, to finish the appropriations process, Leader Thun should split the funding bills and move forward with the 5 that already have broad support.
Blue-eyed Cherokee, would you like to talk to me? I would love to. How do you think I drank Kool-Aid? The fact that you elected a pedophile con man seems like Kool-Aid to me. That seems like Trump derangement syndrome. Have a conversation with me. 917-830-4359. Or you can hop in the Discord. Dave, my friend, how are Democrats? I mean, a lot of Democrats, they aren't idiots. They're ineffective. And a lot of them are bought and paid for by the same, billionaires that run the Republicans. Because the world is perfect and humans aren't I don't know what that means. Brian, welcome in, my friend. He was grabbing his holster? No, he wasn't. That's just silly. And even if he was, he was shot in the back. It would kind of be muscle memory to grab your holster. Terry, welcome in, friend. Glad to have you here. Common sense seems to be gone. You voted for Trump. So you voted for a pedophile and you think common sense is gone. I don't get it. I don't get it, my friend. Hammer of reason. Welcome in, Chris. I would like to talk to you. I would like you to call in. YouTube does seem to be an interesting place. It broke my chat on screen, it seems. We might have Ilhan Omar here at the top of the hour. We had Chuck Schumer speaking. We'll continue listening to Chucky Boy.
If Leader Thun agrees to split the bills, just as Speaker Johnson split them in the House and puts the 5 on the floor, I'm confident they will sail through the chamber, and we will have funded 96% of the federal government.
Oh, now he's doing goddamn Steiner math.
But if Leader Thun insists on holding a vote on DHS legislation that he knows will...
Oh, more fucked up, Drake. ICE has already shot somebody in Arizona.
Guarantee yet another unnecessary government shutdown this Friday, and the shutdown will be on Leader Thun's shoulders. Leader Thun's choice is very simple. Move the 5 bills that are ready and fund 96% of the government, while we work to improve the DHS bill, the Homeland Security bill. Or Thun can trigger a shutdown by forcing a vote on a bill everyone knows cannot pass at this moment, the combined bill that contains DHS. The ball is in Leader Thun's court.
We want Mem Donnies, not
We must
Chuggies.
quickly move.
Amanda, welcome in. For the demon tears. I don't know what that means. Oh, I thought your name was Butt Plug something. It's Blue Top Guitar. I am so sorry.
The heads of ICE,
I'm tired of Nazi Trump and corporate Democrats too, friend. You're in the right
should
place.
all testify before the Senate as soon as possible. We must not wait for hearings weeks from now. The American people demand truth and accountability right now. I'm glad that Republicans like Senator Paul have said likewise. But we must also be candid. It is bone-chilling that in the aftermath
You must always have candy.
Some of the Trump administration's top officials have chosen to blatantly lie to the American people like full-fledged authoritarians. Stephen Miller raced to Twitter to call Alex Preddy a would-be assassin who tried to murder federal law enforcement. If you'd watched the videos of the killing, you'd know this is an outlandish and shocking and totally dishonest, despicable thing to say. Meanwhile, Gregory Bravino, Donald Trump's top Border Patrol officer, also claimed, without a shred of evidence, that Preddy wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. And then, of course, there's Kristi Noem. Merely hours after Preddy's death, Noem claimed again, without so much as a morsel of evidence, that he had committed an act of domestic terrorism and wanted to perpetrate violence. You know what the reaction of these
I
Trump
shouldn't have done the
officials, too
Jewish.
many of them seems
That
to
was
be?
wrong.
When something terrible happens, to lie.
Cancel Justin.
That's their immediate reaction, not to find the truth, not to express any sympathy to those who are dead, but to lie, lie, lie. It's despicable. It's so un-American. It's so different than what we have seen in so many previous administrations. Lies, all of it, just blatant, sickening lies.
Damn lies.
And that is what these administration officials almost automatically turn to when there's difficulty and there's trouble. Kristi Noem is a liar. She's
Dog
vicious.
football, I have no
She's also
idea what you're
incompetent.
talking about.
Donald Trump must fire her at once before another American
All that sounds
killed
like
under her
just
watch.
made up right wing bullshit.
So I'll say it again. It's bone-chilling that Donald Trump's goons will so eagerly and almost lazily lie right to the public's face. Right to the public's face. And where is the accountability from Donald Trump? He said nothing to call out the nastiness and lies from Noem and Miller. It seems he almost prefers to have serial liars in his administration than honest people. The kind of dishonesty we see from Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller is the bread and butter of authoritarian regimes. And it's dangerous, dangerous territory for our country. When a government tells its people, ignore what your eyes see and forget what your ears hear, just listen to us instead, then for all practical purposes, it's not trying to act like a government in a democracy. This is how dictatorships operate, and we're seeing the signs right in front of us here in America. The right answer, of course, is to meet the lies with truth. Here in the Senate, the American people deserve to hear that truth under oath when Kristi Noem.
Well, don't ban anybody that's not breaking any rules, DJ Dub.
Possible.
I want to grow.
Across America, the people must keep defending the truth. They should keep showing up lawfully and documenting abuses by ICE. They must continue to protest peacefully and nonviolently, to exercise their rights to free speech and free assembly, to protect their community.
Start throwing around slurs and go for it.
Of this thuggish government. It may feel to many like the flame of democracy is flickering into extinction before our eyes and that there's no way to fight back. That is wrong. The good people of Minneapolis.
Well, I mean,
and
are
so
you
many
going to fight
cities around
back?
the country
You're going to step
has shown the
aside.
answer to authoritarianism. Hold firm, tell the truth, look out for one another, organize, protest. And when the time comes, exercise your greatest power of all. Go to the ballot box and vote. Vote. And vote out the liars.
Vote harder.
I yield the floor.
Vote harder was Chucky Schumer's. Oh, God, we're doomed. Jeffries says that Democrats are going to push to impeach Kristi Noem if Trump does not fire her, which apparently Trump is planning on firing her anyway.
Thank you for having me on.
So, hey,
Kristi Noem
great.
is a despicable, corrupt, pathological liar. We've seen her slander not just one, but two American citizens, patriotic Americans who were killed without justification on the streets of Minneapolis in the last few weeks. She's deeply unqualified. She never should have been confirmed to begin with by Senate Republicans.
But she could be my GOP mommy.
Have called for her to be fired immediately. And in the event that she is not terminated, we are prepared to initiate impeachment proceedings against her in the House of Representatives.
Well, the president has given no indication that he's ready to fire her or even thinking about it. And you, as I don't need to tell you, are in the minority. So how do you do that? I mean, what can you do? Have you spoken to the speaker? Do you have any sense that there are Republicans who would stand by you in an impeachment process?
We have to build the case so that we can convince a handful of Republicans, as we have done on other issues, that the time is now to hold the Department of Homeland Security accountable for their behavior. They are conducting themselves like a paramilitary organization, as opposed to protecting the health, the safety, and the well-being of the American people. They are violently targeting American
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of
law-abiding
Jeffries.
immigrant families, and it's unacceptable, it's unconscionable, and it's
Maggots have indeed swallowed the whole boot. We got Ilhan Omar coming up. She's holding a town hall at the top of the hour.
to make sure that Kristi Noem is held accountable. But even more importantly, of course, we support the effort by Leader Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats to force common sense changes to the Department of Homeland Security so that these law enforcement agencies are behaving like every other law enforcement agency in the country, as opposed to like a paramilitary organization, which is what the American people have seen on the streets of Minneapolis.
Are there conversations going on with Republicans to make that happen? Do you see any reasonable expectation that the government is not going to shut down at the end of the week?
What has been
Well, I think Democrats are going to cave.
Democrats, which is something that we, of course, strongly support, is that there are bipartisan bills related to other aspects of the government that should move forward to avoid an extended shutdown in other areas. The issue before us is making sure that ICE, of course, is brought under control in ways that taxpayer dollars are not being spent to kill American citizens or brutalize everyday Americans. We know taxpayer dollars should actually be spent to make life more affordable for the American people. It's shocking to me that over a year has passed since Donald Trump was inaugurated. This guy promised.
Can't imagine a world where that's
On day
true.
one, costs haven't gone down. They've gone up. They're ripping healthcare away from the American people. And now mass federal agents on American streets are killing American citizens in cold blood. That's all unacceptable. And we really need to make some changes to change direction here.
We need to make some changes to change direction. That's the type of tepid response we can get from the leader of the House Democrats. Jeffries needs to step aside. We are going to take Ilhan Omar Town Hall. It should be starting any second
Pretty
now.
much made it clear he is going to be dictator there for life. So is he going to be here for the next 10 years? Yeah. 15, maybe 20 years? starting to get up there in age. You know, he'd be 92 or whatever. So he's got some time to think about this, but he really, really wants this, right? But here's the other thing he knows. If he tries this and fails, he will not get to keep his job and maybe not his life, right? As a dictator, you don't get to retire to the country, right? You get killed in office or you die in office. So he's got, that's what he's...
Let's do, this is the Illinois Democratic primary debate.
Behind it, helping our colleges train people, our junior colleges, and also our high schools to get our young people into the field faster. But again, I think there's positive things about it, and there are negative things about it that people are feeling. But also, I expect if you work in the field, those are higher paying jobs, so that's good.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Congressman Krishnamurthy.
Well, thank you. Look, artificial intelligence is only good. AI is only good if it leads to another AI, and that is amazing, Illinois. How do we enhance the effectiveness and productivity of the people of Illinois? Because if it's not going to do that, then it's going to hurt.
Representative Raja.
And so I believe
Krishnamurthy.
It has to be embedded within every facet of education. It has to be embedded in skills-based education and career technical education. This morning, I just came from a ribbon cutting at Schaumburg Regional Airport, where a program that I funded to the tune of $500,000 through a grant from the federal government enables people to conduct aviation maintenance. And it trains students to basically be part of a fast-growing, in-demand field. However, the tools that they are going to need to be able to conduct that aviation maintenance are generally AI-driven. And so they're going to need to be trained on these tools in order to be effective within that field. I agree that we also...
Liz Wheeler is a grifter, and you shouldn't let idiots like that tell you what to
means,
think,
for instance,
Brian.
making sure that people aren't somehow targeted based on who they are or how they look like.
Hoax guzzling dickweeds.
Immigrant with 29.
Would you like to talk to me if you would like to tell me how Democrats are hoax guzzling dickweeds? You can call in 917-830-4359. The number is on your screen. I can drop it in the chat. It's in the title of the stream. You can hop in the Discord. I'm assuming she's asking why we're not upset about Bill Clinton, and I have a gazillion videos about Bill Clinton where I'm like, fuck Bill Clinton, put him in jail. So, just like right-wingers are like, nobody protested Obama, and like, I did. I called him President Deporting McDroneface. David Becker, I would tell you to go watch the Sorry Peel video on YouTube about the very fine people hoax. Because I don't know what to tell you. There's no hoax. Russian collusion was proven. You people are stupid. Drinking bleach. I don't know what you think the hoax is. Like, you people make up what you think the other side said and then prove that wrong. It's really weird.
Thing they were trying to do as far as wellness and exercise and eating properly and more preventative to keep us healthier. And I have legislation around food is medicine, so I do a lot of work, around that. As I said, I have 4,500 farms in my district, so I work a lot with my farmers, and that would be working with the farmers, getting people, especially people in low-income communities that live in food deserts. They would have
this is Representative Robin Kelly,
vegetables and fruit and things like that.
The Illinois U.S. Senate Democratic primary debate.
I can think of that they were trying to do with Americans being healthy.
David, if you've got something you'd like to say, would you like to call in and talk to me so we can actually have a conversation instead of you doing the equivalent of yelling in my chat?
Out of two sides of their mouth, but that's something I do think that, exercising, eating properly, that's a good thing.
Thank you. Congressman.
Well, he's such a stable genius, I don't know where to start. Look, this guy is absolutely taking a monkey wrench, a sledgehammer to our democracy right now. Not only that, he's doing that to the American dream. And I told you all about that previously. The one thing where I do agree with him is I think that we have to be concerned about our manufacturing workers and what's happening to them. Unfortunately, the Chinese Communist Party made it their plan to essentially make a lot more stuff than they'd ever need for their country, export the surplus to the United States and other nations at prices beneath the cost of production, dumping it on our markets, driving out their competition. Then they monopolize.
Liam Berger, welcome in.
Coerce us to do other things with their monopoly. They weaponize their monopoly. And so I do think that there is...
Ed, I am happy to explain to you all the ways that Orange Man is indeed bad.
We have to stand by our workers.
I can make a lot of arguments.
By people who do everything they can every day.
You're welcome to call in, 917-830-4359.
To educate themselves, to go to work, play by the rules, and when other countries break trade rules and create an unlevel playing field, that's unfair. Now, where I disagree with him is everything else. So levying tariffs on everything from everywhere increases the prices on everything for everyone. And that's wrong, because that hurts businesses. It hurts Miles Craft in Rockford, which is devastated by these tariffs. It hurts the farmers at Kindred Farms in Atlanta, Illinois, which I visited, because they're in the crosshairs of this trade war with China. Not to mention,
John, that's a stupid fucking question.
The increased prices.
I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to that.
Donald Trump is not a normal president. In fact, he's not a normal person. And when I look at this
a very stupid person. This is Juliana Stratton.
I always say that we're not just looking at the rise of fascism. We are staring it right in its face. He's terrorizing our communities. He's stomping on the Constitution. He's stomping on the rule of law.
46MD, welcome in, friend. Karma, I hope you're well.
And that's not even a strong enough word. We are seeing a president who is making us a laughing stock on the global stage. The United States Senate to represent you and take your voices with.
Boo. We're back, though. It was a quick one. It died and resurrected. I just hate that we lose everybody on the YouTube.
Well, look. Yeah. Look, I think that, let's see. I want to see where Brandon Johnson's going to take us as a city. Look, we have tremendous potential as Chicago. We are an amazing city in the Chicago region and all of Illinois, for that matter. And the question is, do we bring people together and try to find our boldest common denominators, or do we go a different direction? And I'm always fearful when we might be dividing more than uniting, because when we're attacking each other, we can't attack our common problems. And so what are some of those issues that we have to deal with? One is we have to continue to...
We're going to take Ilhan Omar Town Hall as soon as it begins.
Pritzker has done at the state level with attracting jobs.
I'm sorry, Congressman, the question wasn't about the governor, it's about the mayor. So without attacking, specifically, do you approve of his job performance so far? And do you imagine yourself supporting him in a re-election?
Yeah, let me get to that. So basically what I'm trying to say is this. My support for him will depend on, do we do more of building on consensus and bringing people together to tackle our common problems, attracting more economic development, especially to the south and west sides of Chicago? Do we work together with business?
Dylan, good evening, my friend.
Trying to find places where we can help them and we can create a win-win. Do we also continue to deal with the public safety issues in a way that recognizes the long-term concerns about criminal justice, while at the same time people's legitimate fears about crime? I would also say this, which is we have tremendous potential. Brandon Johnson can preside over a renaissance in Chicago, but only if he takes the best parts of Chicago and...
I'm not high enough for this shit.
Including the people.
Lieutenant Governor.
I'm very grateful for the ways that we have stood together here in the city of Chicago and in the state of Illinois, especially in the wake of all of these attacks by Donald Trump and his administration. And you all might have seen when he was threatening to send federalized troops to our city, we all stood together. Federal electeds, the governor and I, county, and the city of Chicago to say that we don't welcome Donald Trump here, that we don't want his troops, and that we're going to stand up for our neighbors. So that kind of collaboration must continue. I don't know if he...
We're getting ready to take the Ilhan Omar.
So I have no comment on that at this time.
Thank you. Congresswoman.
Like any elected official.
Town hall happening in Minnesota right now. Getting ready to begin anytime.
Under his leadership, and when he had to, he was summoned to D.C. on the Oversight Committee.
Yeah, we're on C-SPAN too.
At our table this morning, Brad Fitch. He's the author of Citizens Handbook.
Oh, we're cutting away. We're going to Washington Journal for a little bit.
Fitch, in 2010.
Well, no, I'd rather go back to the debate then. I love you, Greta, but, you know, not right now. There's a time and a place.
Fourth year in the college, and he asks, the data center boom has already come to Illinois with over 100 data centers planned or already being built in the state. How do you plan to protect Illinois residents from rising electricity rates?
Congresswoman Kelly, start us off.
This is something that we're greatly talking about in Congress. What do we do about data centers? Again, I think that there needs to be some guidelines and parameters so that...
hey, wait a minute. I know the dude that was on Washington Journal. That's Wolfman Jack. I thought he died.
Something where...
cleaned up a little, too.
Tax, but like a tax credit or something, a voucher that you get if you live in the areas of the data centers. It is a great concern, and we have talked about it a lot. I'm on energy and commerce, so I would, want to see examples or look across the country, how much it is raising folks' electricity bills, but people should not have to pay for that. And we need to come up with a program where there are either vouchers that people get back or something that we can help keep their bill at a very, very reasonable level, because electricity bills are high enough, as it is. So we need to be very careful of that. Of course, data centers are hiring people, so, that's a good thing. But also, I don't want people, we already have an affordability problem. So I don't want people having more of an affordability problem because of who is moving into their neighborhoods.
Thank you. Lieutenant Governor.
Well, this is something we think about all the time, because as we see expansions...
See, I should try to get a job at C-SPAN, because it would just be me doing this shit without giving my opinion.
Rising utility cost. And we have to address that. We can't see anything move forward without thinking about how does it impact everyday Illinois.
Incompetent
Here
creeps.
in Illinois, one of the things that we did was we lifted the moratorium on nuclear energy plants. And that's an example.
I can't think of a good one for E.
To help make sure that we
idiots controlling everybody.
On a path to clean energy future.
Darth Revan, welcome in.
That the rising energy.
You want to call in? You want to talk to me?
Those are the types of solutions that I think we need to look at. But the main thing is that affordability is an issue for everyone right now. Everything is too expensive, and utility prices
the rent's too damn high.
And we need to always make sure that whatever progress we're making, that we're thinking about how does it impact the people that we represent, and how do we fight to make sure that we're standing up to make sure that those things are more affordable.
Thank you. Congressman.
Well, look, data centers are a function of the expansion of AI, as all of you know in this audience. And the more that AI pervades society, the more data centers we'll build, and we're building a lot in Illinois. My district, Elk Grove Village, is home to one of the biggest concentrations of data centers of any place in the Midwest. This is what we know about data centers. Unfortunately, they consume more electricity than they produce. So they produce a net demand on the grid. At the same time, we're doing stupid stuff at the federal level. Trump actually repealed the Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act was bringing a large amount of clean, renewable energy onto the grid, including solar, including wind, and other sources. So You see demand going up, you see supply going down. Guess what happens? Prices go through the roof, and that's what we're seeing for each of us. I just saw on my own electricity bill, it went up by $100 compared to last year, and I think other families are seeing the same and worse. This is wrong. So I believe that data centers should be allowed to be built. They provide wonderful union-paying jobs, and numerous workers are employed to construct them, but they should produce more energy than they consume. And so they should be part of building electricity generation, included in addition to just the data center. I'm the bipartisan founder and co-chair of the Solar Caucus in Congress. So this is very important to me personally and professionally, that we do everything we can to repeal the cuts to the IRA. This is extremely important. If we don't do this, we're going to have an increasing electricity crunch in this country, even at the same time that our competitor nations such as China and others are building renewables at a record pace.
Thank you, Congressman. All right, this is our final question before closing statements.
You're all leaders in the state, and you share similar policy platforms, especially
Getting ready to wrap it up. This is the
Trump administration.
Illinois Senate Democratic primary debate.
From your competitors on this stage.
Oh, it is 2 minutes until 4:20 on the West Coast.
Thank you. Well, one key policy plan that distinguishes me, and there are several, but one is to have
welcome
no
in.
corporate PAC money.
You'd like to join me in 4:20.
Campaign finance reform and a ban.
Get your marijuana accoutrements ready.
I am hearing from people all over the
Ironic. I don't think I've told you good
and they
evening.
are saying that they are tired of seeing
I saw you hit the weed earlier.
mentality. That people in Washington get there and they roll out the red carpet for corporate special interest and forget
About
why
40
they were elected
seconds
to the office in the first place.
Until 4:20 on the specific coast.
By End Citizens United, and I will fight to end Citizens United when I get to the United States Senate.
30 seconds. Silent welcome in, my friend. 20 seconds until 4:20 on the East Coast. We're getting started with the Ilhan Omar Town Hall. We'll do 4:20 and then we'll take it live. 15 seconds. Happy 4:20 to my West Coast friends. We're going to take the Ilhan Omar Town Hall. Getting started right now.
I am State Senator and President of the Minnesota Senate. I'm Bobby Joe Champion, and you're in our wonderful Senate district, so welcome to the district. And I do want to start by saying, in the absence of Congresswoman Omar, that I want to thank her for inviting me here tonight for an update and talk about what we've been doing. But also, I want to thank her publicly for being such a fearless leader in our 5th Congressional District. Can we give her a hand in her absence? And as I mentioned, that we have been experiencing some real challenges, here. But I want to say thank you to those who have been constitutional observers, and thank you to those who have helped provide food and legal advice, support, and comfort to our fellow Minnesotans and neighbors. Can we give them and all of you a hand for that? You probably know this because you've heard this probably from your friends and family, that the eyes of the nation and the world are on Minnesota. I've heard people from Chicago. I also heard from other Senate presidents who've called me from Maryland and from Colorado and from other places. And they've been sending us positive energy, and what they've been saying more than anything is, we are standing with Minnesota. And I want you to know, all those who've been out there and working and making sure that we take care of our neighbors, I want to say thank you. What I also want to say is that during these uncertain times, I've worked to provide legal support, because most of you, or some of you, probably know that I'm a lawyer. And some of the work that I've been doing alongside my immigration,
I didn't know, actually, sir,
have been, helping those individuals who unfortunately were detained by ICE. And some of them need to, know, and families need to know where they are and what are some of their legal rights. And so we've been working really hard in order to make sure that we can give them the support they need and the families what they need. Because when you get detained by ICE and you don't know what's going on, and guess what? A lot of them are U.S. citizens. So it's unfamiliar territory. And so we've been making sure that we've been helping them. Now, here's the other thing that I've been doing along with Viviana Salazar. We've been making sure families, regardless of their circumstances, are prepared in the event that they're detained by ICE. Like, for an example, we've been doing delegations of parental authority. Some people call that a DOPA. What that is
oh, I know what a DOPA is.
You believe that you're going to be detained, or it's possible that you could be detained. You want to make plans for your family, and you want to make plans for your children.
Okay, that's not what I thought a DOPA is.
Make sure that if they're able to talk to a neighbor, a friend, or someone to say, in the event that I need you, I've signed a document that says that you'll make sure that my 5-year-old or my 2-year-old is okay. And so we've been helping families with those. Again, we call it a DOPA, but it's a delegation of parental authority. Another thing that I've been working on along with Viviana Salazar is making sure families also have what we call power of attorneys, but not a normal power of attorney. It has expanded rights. So if someone signs it, for an example, one of the things that we've been noticing is that if someone is detained, and unfortunately, they are sometimes sent to Texas right away. And sometimes we got to fight to get them back and fight to make sure that they have a plan. But let's say, for an example, a family says, you know what, in the event that I'm going to get deported, or if anything was to happen to me, and you have my child here in the great state of Minnesota, I want to make sure that I have the possibility of reuniting with my child. And if you do not, the person who is taking care of him, if they do not have the authority to be able to travel with that child, there's a problem about them being reunified. And so we've been making sure that there's that extended power of attorney, and families know about those things. Another thing that we did, and you will hear a little more about, is not long ago we had a Know Your Rights virtual event.
Peter, welcome
Know Your
in.
Rights, we had the ACLU.
Freak Show, that's the name of my Friday night show.
We had a representative from North Point, so folks would know about food and what could be done, whether it's delivery or whether it's extended hours, that people could have that opportunity. Commissioner Barnett was also with us from the city of Minneapolis, and some of the conversation has circled around, well, why is it that MPD can't arrest ICE agents? Right? I know you're thinking, well, I want to know that too. Right? And so we talked about that and what are some of the challenges, but what are some of the things that we can do in real time. But I want you to know that we did that Know Your Rights, and we had it virtually, because one of the things that Representative Bajay and all of us talked about, along with City Council members Vita and Warren.
Anybody watching vertically, I'm still kind of playing with
anybody who wanted to
what the best way to show you guys content is.
Could also attend.
You see any changes?
And so that's why we did it 100%.
Porg, welcome in.
And we had over 200 people who showed up. And I must admit, in the beginning, we got so many people that we had to extend.
Grow, this is called an opening act. Trump had multiple when we watched his speech earlier.
And so I want to thank, right in the back there, you'll see two ladies who work so diligently. So anything I'm doing along with other things, you'll see Shamika Bogan right there. If you turn around, she's waving. Will you give Shamika Bogan a hand? It sounds like Shamika Bogan has a fan here if nobody else has a fan here. And the other young lady that you see there, so Shamika is my executive assistant.
I'm a fan of Shamika now.
But the other young lady is Taylor Bennett. She is my committee legislative assistant. Can you give her a hand as well?
Fuck Taylor, though. I don't like Taylor.
So that's going to lead me to here.
I do switch up bandana colors all the time.
We know what you're doing on the streets. We know that
Twitch actually has a redemption that they can change bandana color.
Friends and neighbors. What are some of the things that you're going to do possibly.
I think it's just the YouTube is flooded with dipshits.
So I want to start with
not all present company excluded, you
that
know.
have been affected by all these ICE raids in the presence of ICE. So there are people who are not going to work because they're afraid, as well as there are individuals who are U.S. citizens who won't go to
Liam, it was great having you here. Have a great night.
So businesses are suffering. And so
Are you making me go blue?
Is there anything that we can do to provide some support to businesses? That is something that we'll think about and try to figure out whether that is possible, because as you know, we got to think about and look at whether we have the wherewithal, money that is. So whenever I say wherewithal, somebody say money, okay, in order to make it happen, right? Because we know the other pressures that we're also receiving from the federal government, where they're stopping payment and stopping certain programs. So we have to think about the other thing that we're working on is I'm looking along with Representative Long and Senator Fateh, introduction of policy that would allow us personally to sue the federal government for violating our constitutional rights, whether our First Amendment right, whether it's our Fourth Amendment right, whatever it is. We're also exploring making it unlawful for law enforcement or ICE in particular to not wear masks. We want to make sure that they're not able to wear masks. And we know that even though we've been dealing a lot with ICE and those sort of things, we still have to look back and make sure that we are responsive to those families who have died by way of gun violence. And we want to ban assault weapons as well as ban high-capacity weapons. So I'm gonna.
Well, I've done it before. Like when I had the Jackson Hinkle mod, I made my thumbnail look like Jackson Hinkle. I made my thumbnail look like other right-wing shows like Tim Pool and shit.
That you can let
Try to troll.
They know as well. We have to work to do a couple things. One is we have to work to maintain and elect a House and Senate majority to protect and advance our gains. We do not want to go backwards. And so we want to make sure, even though it feels uncomfortable to talk about caucuses, we still have to think about having a long-term strategy, because we can't let the same people represent us in Congress. We got to get some people in Congress that's going to do some work. And from my vantage point, we also must elect a Democratic valued governor. We want to make sure that we got someone in the governor's mansion who's going to support us. And I mentioned this. We know that there's some congressional and other constitutional seats that are up. I just want you to know that it's important for us to think.
Oh God, I'm crooked.
So even though we're in the present,
I'm definitely not straight.
We have to deal with the challenges of the day, but we also have to deal with the future. And how do we make sure we chart a course? And how do we make sure that we create a pathway towards victory? So thank you so very much. Thank you for having me. I got to run, and it's not because I'm bored by the conversation, but it's because I have to go someplace else. So give yourselves a hand for being here. And now we're going to
Bobby Joe Chapman, State Senate.
So thank you so very much. Thank you, Commissioner.
Give it up for President Champion, everybody. And round of applause for Congresswoman Omar's staff who's here. Hi, everyone. I'm Hennepin County Commissioner Irene Fernando, but you can call me Commish. I use here.
Hey, Commish.
I'm a very proud Northsider, and I'm a very, very proud child of immigrants. I first want to say what's happening right now in Minnesota.
DEI Minnesota. If you say DEI, I automatically assume you're stupid.
It is.
Sorry, Jeb.
Unlawful.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeb.
From my perspective, it is unprecedented that we are in this moment.
Brother, like if you think there are tampons in boys' bathrooms in Minnesota, like
There is a
like you're so brainwashed, you're too far gone.
Far, far away from the people.
It's insane.
And only through our democratic systems, through the First Amendment of protest and assembly and voice that everyone has been contributing to, will we be able.
Minnesota is one of our best states.
So I just.
Hands down. Minneapolis, one of our crown jewel cities. You people hate America. Would you leave?
And express that many leaders.
Stop trying to make this place a
Many of your
shithole.
leaders, we are seeking to strategize how we can ensure that we are protecting every single person's constitutional rights and that we are pushing back on this encroachment on our civil liberties. So want to express that. Raise your hand if you're familiar with the differences between county, state, and
This is
city.
Irene Fernando.
Okay.
Fernando.
Awesome. So I am privileged to represent District 2. There are 7 county commissioners on the 7-person county board. I'm the youngest woman to
Yeah,
ever
see, she
serve
checked her
on the
privilege.
county board. I'm the first
Total
Filipino
DEI.
in the state of Minnesota, and I'm our first board chair of color in 174-year history. And I see the actual person of the hour has arrived, so I will keep it very, very direct. County is primarily here for services. We are the primary government mandated
Commish.
for the vulnerable.
I just wanted to sing Fernando. I'm sorry, Silent.
That's our elderly, it's our children, that's people in need. Our federal reality right now is that they are
Oh, so Smokey flipped me out. He's just right there all of a sudden.
and housing, and it seems as though they have reprioritized kidnapping, violence.
Exactly, Baba Ganoush.
And so from a Hennepin County perspective, our primary legislative priority is to ensure that we are identifying
Oh, and you got a cute doggo as your profile pic or your avatar on YouTube.
to stabilize our healthcare system, to continue the public health that the federal government
No respect or love to ICE agents here. I will piss on their
public health
graves.
priorities such as domestic violence and gun violence. Our top priority is for the health and well-being, ensuring that we have the funds to continue the last 5-10 years of really strong work. Hennepin has brought down.
I can tell you all about the ride. I can tell you that the violence in Minneapolis in 2020 was caused by a right-wing group called the Boogaloo Boys. They were prosecuted for it. They're currently serving
And the
time.
mental health resources, both in public safety
People, welcome in.
as well as with our young people. So we will need everyone's voices coming together to
MILF, I started broadcasting in vertical, and now YouTube is pushing vertical because I guess they want to compete with TikTok and Twitch and
every
shit.
single elected official who's up here.
So they're pushing me in the algorithm, and I'm winning big.
Bring up on the stage our very own CD5 Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
Thank you, Kamish, and thank you to our Senate President, Bobby Joe Champion. Now I would like to turn it over to your representative, Representative Esther Abaje.
ICE has a job to do, and it's follow the U.S. Constitution, 46.
Omar, we really appreciate the invitation and all the work that you're doing for us in Washington. Particularly, you are one of the strongest voices standing up against the lawlessness of this federal government. So thank you. My name is Esther Agbaje. I represent House District 59B in the Minnesota House of Representatives, which is where you are right now. So welcome. Again, as Senator Champion and the commissioner said, I do just want to say thank you to all those who are out there on the front lines, putting your body on the line
Oh,
for
MILF
our
got me.
constitutional rights. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing. And then for those of you who are doing the mutual aid, the fundraising, the dropping kids off at school, picking them up, helping your neighbors get to and from doctor's appointments, all of that is seen and necessary, and we thank you so much for the work that you're doing. I was asked to talk today mostly about kind of things that we're working on in this time period.
Dean Brown, like I don't know what to say about you, my friend. You seem like trash to
Really
me.
hard with our executive partners in the governor's office to make sure that we are trying to
Mr.
protect
Mayhem,
people in
you
Minnesota. So we're engaged with
seem
them
pretty
all the
stupid.
time. Some of the things that we're talking about that we either want to bring forward as legislation or
Oh no, it's that guy.
before the legislature opens again.
I love your name.
On ensuring that we're protecting the rights of Minnesotans, which is why our Attorney General has filed multiple lawsuits against this federal government to show that they cannot do this overreach that they're doing, that they cannot trample on our First
I'd
Amendment
piss on
rights, our
ICE.
Fourth Amendment rights, and our Second Amendment rights. And he's been doing a wonderful job.
When you say quality lyrics in here, which is hilarious,
Temporary restraining.
I pointed that out on stream multiple times. Like as a fucking comedian and somebody who shits on everybody, a fucking daycare center having the sign Quality Learning Center
pushing on
is
the
fucking
governor's office
hilarious.
as well to figure out.
I enjoyed that to no end. But you're just letting a dumb fuck on YouTube tell you what to think. And if it wasn't for that sign, his video wouldn't have done
People's
gangbusters.
businesses are either shortening.
He didn't actually expose any fraud. We've adjudicated that case over and over
to be able
again.
to pay rent, pay utilities. A lot of that is getting covered kind of one-on-one through mutual aid, but we know that we need to have a large...
Jeb, hey.
So there's a lot of discussion about whether that takes the form of an eviction.
I've gotten so much use out of this article.
Extending our eviction notice. Right now we have a 14-day eviction notice in the state of Minnesota.
Feds say far-right group coordinated attack on Minneapolis police precinct during protest. Notice the date, October 23rd of 2020.
So those are the types of conversations.
U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Minnesota, and this was Trump's DOJ, and the FBI brought charges against a member of the far-right Boogaloo Boys group for organizing and participating in an effort to incite a riot outside of Minneapolis police precinct in May amid protests against the police killing of George Floyd. Ivan Harrison Hunter, currently serving a
Senator
sentence.
Champion, making sure that federal agents do not wear masks, making sure that
Please get your facts straight.
accountable through a private action to sue. We're also looking at ways to make sure that they don't use chemical irritants in our streets, particularly here on the north side. On the north side, I think.
Oh, I argue with Boogs all the time. They're totally right-wing. Foz, shut the fuck
Tear
up.
gas into our neighborhoods. This is also one of the neighborhoods that has the highest rates of asthma in children in the state of Minnesota. That is detrimental to our health, right? So this is more than just pushing back on ICE, but making sure that we stay and live in a healthy community. And similarly, we're also looking to make sure that there's more investigative authority in our county systems rather than trying to centralize everything, particularly if we want to be sure that we can get that evidence that we need to prosecute ICE agents. So those are some of the things that we hope to see. Outside of the ICE space, we're working to continue to strengthen many of the laws that we passed in the past couple of years. So things from making sure the African American Family Preservation Act still stands, making sure, yes. That helps.
Oh, it's $9 billion now.
Making sure that
Yeah.
the tenants' rights laws that we've passed still stay and are still followed by our court system. And then ensuring that workers' rights are protected. We started a nursing home workforce standards board. We want to try to expand that and also solidify that. So those are some of the things you'll see on. And then two things that are really important to me. Making sure that housing actually, particularly single-family homes, stays for people and not corporations. So we want to ensure that large investors don't have the ability to just buy up single-family home properties. Again, we've seen it in parts of the suburbs, also on the north side. We want to make sure that those homes are available and at a good price for people to be able to buy their first home if that's what they want, or build a family in a home. And then finally, we're looking at ways to strengthen our civil rights laws in Minnesota, because we know the federal government continues to erode all of our civil rights at all levels. We want to ensure that in Minnesota, at least your civil rights will be protected here. So those are some of the things you can expect to see in this legislative session, along with many more issues that we're tackling all the time. So thank you for your time. Thank you for the invitation, and look forward to the rest of the conversation this evening.
Thank you, Representative Abaje. And we will.
I protested Obama's immigration policy, Jeb. You people are stupid.
Minneapolis, Latricia Vita, and Pearl Warren. No, you go.
Good evening, everyone. I thought Councilmember Warren and I were going to come up together. How cool would that be? She just started a month ago, so she probably, needs some help. Thank you all so much. Happy to be here. Someone didn't turn the heat down like I requested. It is
I don't believe you give a shit about criminals because you elected a convicted felon.
in life, right? So, thank you so much for having me here, Congresswoman. Thank you to.
What was weak? Ouch.
I think we've all spent a lot of time
Did I do
together
something?
in
Please,
this last
please
month
put me in my
trying to
place.
come up with the most resources we've been able to. I was asked to talk about whatever I wanted to talk about, so take your coats off. I got a lot. There's a lot going on in 2 minutes. No.
Take off your pants and jacket.
So first thing is, I'm sure you all have seen the news. I was in conversations with the mayor yesterday. He had a conversation with the president, and it looks like we're going to get some relief in some of the agents being taken out of Minneapolis. I don't know what that number is. The mayor could not give me a count of what that number was, but he feels good. I felt like we were having a really good conversation and a confident one about some of the agents leaving the state. And so I am going to check in with him. I know that he had a meeting today with the border czar. I was busy with Ward 4 issues. I saw a few Ward 4 residents in here taking care of Ward 4 residents. We're handling things. So I don't know where we are yet, but I will check in, and I'm pretty sure the mayor and all of us will be reporting those things on our social media or whatever channels we have. Lastly, I don't know how many people are Northsiders here. I want to leave with. Okay, there's a lot of us. If you're from the North Side, Miss Anita, I hear you. If you're from the North Side, you know we've been dealing with a dumping issue over here. And
North
so one of the
Side.
things that I wanted to report back that we're working on is Councilmember Warren and I are working on how we help our businesses who get what we've seen over the years is a lot of first-tier suburbs who don't have the same type of trash removal that we have in Minneapolis, typically dump their stuff in North Minneapolis. And we don't like it. We're not a dumping ground for trash in the city
Okay,
of
carry on.
Minneapolis. And so it is something that
Just making sure I'm checking myself.
so the night that Representative Babaje talked about that they were setting off the smoke bombs and stuff in North Minneapolis, the incident we had with the man being shot by ICE, the next morning I woke up, and when I got back to Lindale Avenue, the streets were filled with trash. And the reason why the streets were filled with trash is because the field adjacent to that had been a dumping ground. And so agitators went and dumped all the trash, just strolled. This is a neighborhood. This is where people live. People had already experienced so much trauma the night before. I was lucky that Public Works got out there early and cleaned it up. But it's a serious issue in North Minneapolis. And Councilmember Warren and I are already working on policies to protect us from dumping. It's a huge cost that's associated with that for businesses, especially businesses that already question if they should open up in North Minneapolis. So we're working hard to figure out policy and procedure for relief for the dumping, not only from residents, but also businesses. One morning I got a call. Someone said,
This is Latricia
"Get out of my
Vetwa.
alley. There are 300 tires in my
Vetwa.
alley."
Vetwa?
And I said, what kind of strange prank call is this about 300 tires? So me and my team, Wyatt and Maggie, they're somewhere in the room. They're here. We went to go see 300 tires at the end of an alley. Believe it or not, it's not the only time we've seen this dumping. 40 mattresses we got a call one day from a area.
Mr. Mayhem, that is fucking
10 minutes later, 40 mattresses.
the right wing encapsulized right there. Remember her name and then completely misspells it, butchers
And
it.
welcoming. And so Councilmember Warren,
Lackawanna, Rayleigh.
we get rid of the dumping in North Minneapolis. Thank you.
Just the absurdity of it. Like, you would be a great parody account, but I'm pretty sure you're sincere.
How you beautiful people doing? Make some noise for yourselves. Thank you to my partnered elected officials. It warms my heart to be here as a newly elected official and be in the presence of community. As your new representative and council member for Ward 5, I am taking this time to focus primarily on constituent services. That is a lot of what I
This
heard
is Pearl
from a lot of the
Warren.
residents. So as council
He is a city council member in Minneapolis.
you, the servitude within the community is my primary priority right at this time. Establishing, building, and restoring those relationships and faith within your representative for the 5th Ward here.
But
I know
that
we have a few
89% number is bullshit, and that's not even the claim that idiot-ass right-wingers are
to
making.
me. I know our hearts are heavy with a lot of the things that are happening.
At least I want communist.
It's a major part
You can't
of
even
public
spell
safety. Having
communist.
Someone that you can talk to and that will pick up the phone when you call, that's going to answer those calls and bring you a sense of security and
Are you having a
assurance
stroke?
around things that affect your day-to-day needs, and I'm here for it. So I want to thank you all so much for coming out today. My senior policy aide, Rachel Hudson, is here. I do have cards if you want to reach out, but call, and I will answer, and do the best that I can to serve you during these difficult times. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
In the fifth, we oftentimes talk about how important
Yeah, it's not the fraud, it's the Somali part.
together, and I am really delighted for the showing from local electeds who represent the constituents that we get to represent on a federal level. I want to start by recognizing the fact that on January 24th, ICE agents murdered another member of our community. Alex Jeremy Preddy was an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA. He was an avid outdoorsman.
Now it's 18 billion.
Citizen. He was an incredibly compassionate person who cared for others countlessly. This is what he appeared to be doing just before being murdered, protecting another observer that was being attacked by ICE agents. Alex's murder by federal agents was not accidental or isolated. We witnessed this during the murder of Renee Good by federal agents. ICE's reckless and lawless actions have taken a mother from 3 children, a partner from a wife, and inflicted unfathomable pain on our community. Similar to Alex and Renee, they were exercising their First Amendment right, an act that this administration has deemed a capital offense. Renee Good should be alive. Alex Preddy should still be alive. Please, let's take a moment of silence for Alex and Renee. Thank you. My deepest condolences go out to Alex and Renee's family, friends, and everyone who knew and loved them. We will not stop fighting until we achieve real justice and accountability. The level of violence, federal overreach, lawlessness carried out in the name of immigration enforcement is unprecedented. U.S. citizens are being assaulted and detained. Minnesotans are expected to carry their citizenship papers. People are dying in ICE custody. This administration has reduced any semblance of due process, sending people out of state to prevent them from having legal representation. Doors are being broken down without judicial warrants. Chemical irritants, pepper balls, flashbangs are being used without a second thought. DHS is thriving in secrecy, obscuring the conditions my constituents are being held in. This is not the America we know. This is not the America we love. Every Minnesotan has a right to feel safe and welcomed. Earlier this month, I co-led a hearing with Representative Chaya Paul on Trump's deadly assault on Minnesota. We welcomed 27 members of Congress to hear from witnesses on what has been happening on the ground and raise the alarm. Trump and his paramilitary immigration enforcement will not get away with their unlawful attacks on our state. The Constitution is on our side, and we will fight every single day to defend it. As it's been said, real justice and accountability starts with full, transparent investigation and legal action against ICE, followed by the abolishment of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed. It cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good. And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Whoa. What?
I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
No, we'll go.
No, we will continue.
No. Ilhan, you need to go get checked.
No, we will continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away with it.
Goddamn right. I love her. Someone just tried to attack her.
That's whatever it is smells so bad. She needs to go get checked. I don't know
That's
what that
That's
was.
what they want. Please don't let them know.
It's not about him, Ilhan. Ilhan, it's not about him. It's about your safety. No, he sprayed something.
Wow.
You need to go get checked.
Someone just tried to attack Ilhan Omar.
We're going to keep talking. Just give me 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. I beg you. Please don't let them have the show. 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 Here is the reality that people like this ugly man don't understand. We are Minnesota strong, and we will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw at us. Everybody settle down. I'm going to finish my remarks. It is important for me to continue to lead my Democratic colleagues in demanding her resignation. And like I said, if she does not resign, we are going to introduce articles of impeachment. This moment in U.S. history, and particularly in Minnesota, requires all of us to be working together to preserve our democracy. When we say we are going to put our lives on the line for what is our right, we mean that.
Someone tried to attack Representative Ilhan Omar. And I have a lot of people in the YouTube chat
A Homeland Security
being
funding
extremely
bill that
hateful
includes
pieces of shit.
$28 billion for ICE and Border Patrol. I refuse to greenlit funding for a rogue agency that ICE escalates violence, operates above the law, and opposes our most basic freedoms. I've already stated tonight, ICE is shooting people in broad daylight, beating up teenagers, spraying tear gas on peaceful protesters, ripping people out of their cars and homes without warrant, racially profiling people based on their accent, taking kids from schools and abducting people, shipping them far away detention camps with brutal conditions and no due process. We cannot treat this as business as usual. That's why I led the entire Congressional Progressive Caucus in opposing this bill. And we as a caucus adopted an official position, and now we have gotten all of the Democratic senators to agree to that position and hold ICE accountable. But this president's lawlessness does not stop with ICE and border enforcement.
I asked Curiouser to
We are
go
seeing
clean up
how
YouTube
he's
chat.
threatening Greenland and Venezuela and Iran and Cuba and
Yeah, Odin, I'm working on it.
he has already taken lives in the Caribbean, and we passed a war powers. We wanted to pass a war powers resolution to hold him accountable. We are hoping for our Republican colleagues to grow a backbone and come on the right side of history. The last DC update I will mention before I take questions from you is that the House took up legislation
And she is still going to take questions. She is a badass. All you motherfuckers putting her down in chat, she is a better person than all of you put together.
Boundary waters to mining development. The Boundary Waters is the most visited wilderness in the U.S. It features peaceful, remote areas, one of the world's largest dark sky sanctuaries, and it is home to unique ecosystems, including several endangered species. And my beautiful children go hiking there and canoeing, and so it is personal to me to preserve it, not just as Minnesotan, but as a mom. Many of my colleagues here, especially Councilwoman Warren, mentioned the fact that constituent work is the backbone of what we do as your representatives. And it is no different because we are your liaison for the federal government. Our staff can please raise their hand if they're in the room. These people work for you. We can be a crucial line of advocacy for our constituents who are experiencing issues with the federal government, like irregularities, delays, and emergencies. Although it is a difficult environment we are working in right now, our duty remains the same. My district office
DJ Dub, did I mod? Yeah, you're modded on YouTube.
To 9 p.m.
If you could go over there for just a minute and take care of a few of the overt
It's
racists.
unique and narrow, but we can help with
I'd
locating
appreciate
an
it.
individual detained by ICE if they are not appearing in a detainee located system within 48 hours. Inquiring on urgent medical issues to ensure an individual is receiving appropriate medical treatment.
Please.
Ensuring an individual's attorney or loved ones are able
If you're
to
just joining us, Representative Ilhan Omar was
cannot provide legal advice
just attacked by somebody at this town hall.
whether we can help
Like the badass she is, she decided to continue and said those fuckers are not going to win.
1272. I'll repeat that again. 612-333-1272. And we will review whatever detail you want us to review.
Physically attacked.
We have worked on
She has some sort of chemical on her,
like Social Security, immigration,
and they tried to get her to leave, and she
healthcare,
wouldn't.
and more. Our team has returned more than $4.8 million to our constituents, businesses, and organizations in the district. Like I said, we might not be able to solve every problem, but we will definitely make sure we do everything that we can to try. Lastly, I want to congratulate a winner of something fun that we do in Congress, which is last year's congressional.
Seriously, what a badass she is. We'll show the clip after
Challenge is intended to
this town hall wraps up.
in grades 6 through 12 to create innovative apps that address real-life issues in our community. I am pleased to announce that my office selected. It's a hard name. Okay. People say I have a hard name, but oh my goodness. Okay. Vet Bastodkar and his app, Breadhead, as the winner of the 2025 competition. Vet's app is youth-centered personal finance app built to challenge the culture of instant gratification through reflection and accountability. Fed is a sophomore at the Blake School in Minneapolis. He is Gnome must resign or face impeachment. Fucking asshole. I don't know. I need a napkin to know nothing. Oh yeah, say it. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign.
Yeah, my name is
or
Ved
face
Bastodkar,
impeachment.
VEDBASTODKAR.
You made it sound a lot easier.
I mean, I say it every day, right?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Is this his? No. All right, with that, we'll take questions. I learned at a young age you don't give in to threats. You look them in the face and you stand strong. They pick the wrong person every day. Where's your mic? Right here.
I do not know the level of Congress. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I do not know the level of power Congress has over ICE, but is there anything you as representative could make efforts to try and lead to the arrest of Jonathan Ross and the multiple ICE officers that killed Alex earlier this week? They were CBP, not ICE. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the law enforcement with the Department of Homeland Security, obviously there are investigations, even if the federal government has chosen not to fully comply in having a transparent investigation. I know Keith Ellison's office, our Attorney General. I know that our district attorney, Mary Moriarty, others have already started the investigations. And, you know, as Keith reminds us every single day, murder is not something that has a statute of limitation. And so regardless of what these people think, we're going to make sure that they are held accountable in every way that we can.
Hi. There's so many ways to help. And one of the things I was thinking of is we have our own MPD that is stretched so thin. Is there anything that we can do to help them? I mean, could we bring in snacks to the office? You know, just anything that might help them feel better or appreciated. And along those lines, we also have the National Guard.
Don't bootlick the local cops just because you don't like the feds.
We could apply that to them as well. You know, showing up with coffee, or is there something we can do?
You know, I will say one thing that ICE has succeeded in doing is make Minneapolis residents love Minneapolis police. and have, I mean, I say that with the utmost respect. You know, that's only thing that they have succeeded in doing. No, I mean, it's been beautiful.
Clinically, did you just get here because somebody tried to attack Ilhan Omar and like the badass she
People
is?
at Whipple, you know,
She continued to speak.
In which you can show your gratitude. I think, you know, what has been the most important piece for all of us is, one, to remain united. Two, not to just feel grateful for those you know who are out there, but to feel grateful for everyone who is out there, because Minnesotans are showing up for one another in ways that people didn't expect, and we are showing the country and the world what real solidarity looks like. And we should be goddamn proud of ourselves for that.
Goddamn proud of
So
themselves.
yes, whether you are showing up to say thank you to protesters and, you know, people who are documenting, or saying thank you to those that are keeping the peace, whether it is the sheriff's office or MPD, I would encourage it. I would.
Yes, we do, Mr. Elwood. Would you like to volunteer to be a mod?
Well, yes, obviously you wanna make sure they're not scared that you're trying to poison them or something. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We'll take one right here.
I'm just curious, we've seen now multiple cities be invaded by ICE, and it seems as though they've left, right? LA, Portland. Do we have any sort of understanding of is there a quota that they have to meet, or a certain time? How can we grasp when they could potentially leave, when their whatever objective has been fulfilled?
So what we do know now is that there is some agreement, we don't have the full details, that Border Patrol will leave. It is my understanding, you mentioned being overwhelmed, there's 5,000 of federal law enforcement that has besieged not just our city but our state. And so it is my understanding that those that are tasked to control the border, exercising the 100-mile rule for Minneapolis, at least will leave. And the timeline was today, so they might have already gone. I saw reporting about 800 of them have already left. And so we'll be tracking that to see how many more of them leave. Generally, the way ICE used to operate.
Like, you dumbasses in the YouTube chat realize she has done nothing wrong, right? You're just racist.
Corrections Department clarify this. You've seen Hennepin County talk about it.
You're like, why hasn't she been arrested? Because she's done nothing wrong.
Is that someone
You're just
been
idiots.
adjudicated, they were arrested for a crime. If their crime is a felony, and they were not a U.S. citizen, oftentimes they would finish their sentence because they committed the crime against us, and we want them held accountable. And then once their sentence ends, the corrections would call and say, we have someone being released at this time, on this day, in the next week or month. And they basically turn them over in the parking lot. Now, that person obviously has the right to ask for, a judge to prolong the time they're here, to contest their removal. Sometimes you hear these stories of people who've been green card holders for,
Mr. Rager, if you think I'm the second dumbest fuck on the internet, I'll take that as a compliment.
Those removals take a long time, but they are in ICE detention as they're going.
Somali pirate sounds cool,
we also
Mario.
used to have before, maybe 6-7 months ago, law that said you couldn't indefinitely detain people if they did not have an actual crime that they were being detained for. And we know that immigration in itself, a violation of immigration is not a crime in itself. So the other way, which is kind of what they're saying they're doing now, which is not the way it's supposed to be done. Normally the way it gets done is that you have an order of removal for someone, and you try to find out where that person might be. You do surveillance, you talk to, known people to them, you find their previous employment, you find a way. And then they do those raids early in the morning, 6 a.m., where people are not really out, trying to find the person in that home or in that business that they thought they might be in. And so we do know that the way that this is being carried out, and you've seen the incidents in where, they're literally jumping out of a car or breaking a car window or trying to get into somebody's space.
You keep saying several people convicted of fraud donated to Omar.
And
you voted for a guy who was convicted of fraud.
We are known to have in our cities. Those are the kind of tactics we're known to have cities outside of the United States where people are brutalized. And so that's why we've been so opposed to it. We'll do right there.
Her $25 million worth comes from marrying a guy that was worth $25 million, who is not her brother, because you guys just believe the dumbest shit ever, because you're racist idiots.
I'm just so proud that you're our representative, so thank you. And I'm just wondering, what can we do to maybe get some of your colleagues to have the same fire you have? It's really incredibly disheartening to see folks saying we need body cams on ICE or just more training. That's
Kip,
really
the idea that she
discouraging.
stole $9 billion from Minnesota is just so absurd on its face. It's not even funny, but you don't realize how absurd the claim is.
I think we're
you continue to run with it
certainly
because you're an
for
idiot.
My Democratic colleagues here that represent
Bone, you're a cockroach.
Collectively have felt like the way that we are being terrorized and the fact that there aren't guardrails for there to be justice and accountability reminds them of the fact that many of us have been saying this since ICE was created. When it was with DOJ, there was more accountability. This version of it that we've now had to live with for a little over 20 years is not a version that allows for respect for our constitutional rights. And so I think they're doing it to themselves. They're showing.
Yeah, you can ban all those, DJ Dub.
The mistake that they made in voting for their existence, in voting to give them money, because what they are doing is just so blatant.
An Islamist called in last night, and I
So
mocked
just
the
keep
shit out of
sharing.
him for his religious fundamentalism. But I also said I don't like it from Christians
I didn't know
either.
if you were protesting. I didn't know if you were saying don't call on her.
I would like to say that I am very proud of you as our representative, and I am so glad that you are our leader. And I want to ask something on a very personal note. I am an immigrant. I came from the Philippines.
Did you comment on YouTube for me, Mr.
I
Elwood?
went and got everything that I was supposed to do. And I actually lived through the EDSA revolution. And I felt that if I could make it to the United States, I would be okay. At this moment, we didn't know how it was going to turn out, but we made a pledge, the Filipinos, that we would be there for each other. And I have seen you Minnesotans do the very same thing. And I'm very proud of you, and it is my honor to be with you. I'm asking on a very personal note. Some people, specifically me, some people did not go to their SNAP renewal. Some people didn't renew their medical.
Aww.
Because
Rome, welcome in. I'll catch you up here in a moment.
I won't be able to go home. And I have my certificate of naturalization. And the interview is supposed to be in person, but I don't know if I can make it back home. So my question is, this is some people, which is specifically me. And I didn't want to go because I'm not well behaved. And I'm not sure who would bail me out for causing good trouble. I would. So is there a way for us to submit papers? Is there a way for us? I know there's protocol, there's regulations, but where I'm supposed to go,
Yeah.
and I can't outrun them. So I don't know. So if there's
You're modded. You might have to refresh.
to do interviews, not in person. So I'm just asking. So I would like to have SNAP benefits. I would like to have medical.
Yeah, I hear you.
So that's my question, and I just want to ask. It's not just me. There's several of us.
And you live.
I live.
Am I
No, I appreciate you,
Yes,
friend.
you
Okay,
are.
all right. Then I know where you live. Okay. They're just wondering if you're in a different area than. So, you know what? I have been in the United States a month short of 30. That is 90% of the amount of time that I've been alive. So I know people talk about me in Somalia. I don't know any home the way I know this home. And so I do feel a strong sentiment towards immigrants that find home in the United States. And I know that even though I'm a congresswoman, you know, even though I'm
Yes, Mr. Elwood, that's true. All the
because I don't
chuddy comments are coming from the
to not be
vertical
able to
stream.
provide, and I know that in some cases that hasn't been enough. But to answer your question, is that there are mobile vehicles that you can schedule where they will come and do the interview in a place where you're comfortable. to be able to take those interviews. And so check in with your caseworker and let them know how vulnerable you feel. I will also say, you know, again, Minnesotans were just amazing. There's so many mutual aid opportunities where people might be able to help you out in other ways as well. You know, people talk a lot about illegal immigration and criminals. But what this enforcement has truly done is frighten actual citizens and documented neighbors.
Ouch, I would, but I don't want you to be too heavy-handed.
The mothers and fathers that are afraid to drop
I
them
was
off.
very, Mr. Elwood knows exactly what I'm looking for.
Caramel Mall, they're all citizens. But they don't want the trauma of seeing men with heavy machine guns, because that is who they escaped to come to the United States. They don't want to go through a checkpoint because that is what they escaped to come to the United States. They don't want a gun drawn on them asking for their identification because that's what they escaped to come to the United
Todd, like you're telling me that I love thieves and you literally elected a man convicted of fraud.
Communicate
It's insane.
to people because they just don't understand how terrifying it is, one, for just the average person who has never seen this level of weaponization. But it is also severely debilitating and triggering for people who have had machine guns drawn at them at a young age and who thought their only salvation was to find a country like ours, where they never have to worry about that because there's a constitution. It's known for its liberty and freedoms. And so
She's literally talking about what she loves about
moment
America.
we find ourselves in. But if we know anything about U.S. history, is that everything is temporary. And we will find our way out of this. So thank you all.
Great job. That was Representative Ilhan Omar, who got attacked during her speech. Wrapping up a town hall. Gonna see if C-SPAN cuts back to a host and does a recap, or if I'm gonna have to do it myself. What has she lied about,
On
Mad
Wednesday,
Rush?
Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Like, it's so weird. Like, right-wingers will just say shit. They won't have any basis for the things they say. They got no backing argument. I can't come to any conclusion other than you're just racist. You see strong brown woman and she intimidates you. And the fact that after she was attacked, that she refused to be intimidated. This is the attack earlier.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing. And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Her people, her bodyguard, her staff tried to get her to leave. And she said she wouldn't let the fucking assholes win. She already had my respect, but 10 times more after tonight.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Rome Tom Silver, that is a loaded question. There's a lot going on in the United States. We're currently trying to fight off a fascist regime and his brutalized police force. Brother, like, deport this hoe and all her pirate bunch of pirates. You're an idiot. I don't know that Trump took a bullet. He said he was missing part of his ear earlier, but I can't tell. We've all seen his ear. She's a million times braver than Trump. Joe Johnson, if you would like to talk to me, 917-830-4359. Please tell me, like, exactly what did she do? What is your hatred stem from? Is she your congressperson? I'm sure a lot of people in chat aren't represented by Ilhan Omar, so why would you have this visceral hatred of a woman who's not even your congressperson? If you don't like her policy, she doesn't represent you. So what would it matter? Starlight, Kenzai, welcome in. Like, explain it to me. Okay, Billy Bob, whatever you say. I have another hit of your crack pipe.
I was on crack.
Right. Well,
I love the people insulting my intelligence while not even being able to type a cogent sentence. Mad Rush, she got rich from marrying a guy that was worth like $25 million. Amber, can you tell me how she hates America? I have a video with a guy who called in. He told me he was a Christian man. He tried to be all nice and respectful. He prayed for me. But he kept telling me that Ilhan Omar hates America, but couldn't actually specify a reason why he thought she hates America. So I can't come to any conclusion, but it's just pure racism. Cars. She married a man worth that much. You're asking how she went from a net worth of a few $1,000s to tens of millions. She married a guy worth that much. It's literally that simple. You can look it up. Like, this right-wing media brainwashed you so bad. Like, you've all got to be spouting the same bullshit that's been disproven. She didn't marry your brother. Like, why? Why don't you guys have an intellectual curiosity? Why are you focused on some woman who's not your representative? When did she say she doesn't like America? That never happened. Like, why do you people lie? Cool Ed. I like your name. You got a cool name. He was worthless than she was. I have no idea what that means. What do I think of his? I don't like any religion. I think all organized religion is a cancer on society. You're saying I'm brainwashed, but I can show you the facts. I'm assuming you're consuming right-wing media and letting them lie to you. Would anybody like to have a conversation with me? 917-830-4359. You're all just cowards, aren't you? Let's go to the longer clip that C-SPAN's put up of, hopefully it has her cussing out the dude that attacked her. We were just watching a town hall from Minneapolis with Representative Ilhan Omar, and she was attacked with some sort of chemical. Uh-oh. Caller, you're on the Troll Patrol. What's going on?
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, what's going on? You told me to call you guys on this number.
Absolutely. What's going on, my friend?
I don't think this is a fair or truthful.
Can you turn down your stream?
Well, I won't be able to hear it.
You're hearing me through the phone.
Yeah, I mean, I want to hear the stream too, because this is what we're talking about, right?
Well, yeah, but like I'm hearing myself on delay behind you.
Oh, okay. Well, I turned it down now.
Yeah, perfect. You sound amazing. What's going on, my friend?
Well, thank you. Good to you. Huh? I didn't hear the last part.
What's going on, my friend?
Oh, not much. I just don't think this is a fair podcast.
What do you mean fair?
I know for a fact that 99% of what this guy on here is saying is not true.
When you say this guy, you mean me?
Is that you?
The guy with the blue bandana and the cats behind him?
Yeah, is that you? Yeah, I know for a fact that you're not telling the truth.
What am I not telling the truth about?
First off, have you ever watched the movie Pirates of Somalia? That movie or whatever?
No.
See? Well, I suggest you do that, and then you come back.
Was that one of those Dinesh D'Souza movies?
I didn't hear you, sir.
Was that one of those Dinesh D'Souza movies?
I don't know what you're saying is.
Is that who Dinesh D'Souza? Is that who made that movie?
I don't know.
I don't know the movie you're referring to, but
Somalia?
if you're getting, have you ever been to Somalia?
Have you ever been to Somalia?
Have you ever been to Somalia?
I asked you first, sir.
But have you?
That's not the issue. I'm asking you if you have.
Well, no,
you're the one that's speaking about this stuff.
No, I haven't. Well, what am I not telling the truth about?
I have not either.
Okay, so why would it matter if I'd been to Somalia or not?
See, all your people in here sounds like you don't know much, caller. All that stuff. Okay, well, let's do it this way. Who shot Charlie Kirk, and why shouldn't he be a martyr? And everything that was done to Martin Luther King was done to Charlie Kirk. If I'm so stupid now, I see how stupid this is, because you guys don't know anything. Charlie Kirk is one of the greatest individuals that ever lived on this planet, and he's been brushed aside like he's trash.
What did Charlie Kirk do that was so great?
Oh my God! Freedom of speech, freedom of religion.
Thank
you, Lord.
Charlie Kirk invented freedom of speech?
No, but he sure stood up for it, and he allowed everybody else to speak. And you guys are shooting a narrative that's completely untrue, and all this dumb. I see all that how they talk about people now.
Brother.
On the right side, hold on. If everybody on the right side talk to people like that and throw barricades up in the road and attack ICE and everything else, and ICE is one of the best things America has, because America is the greatest country on the earth, and people want to downgrade it and beat up people with flags on their hoodies. No, this is America.
Fuck yeah, America. Fuck yeah, brother. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, fuck yeah.
There's a woman and there's a man. There's two sexes. And if you're so stupid that you think you can go get your thing cut off and be a woman, hey, go cut it off. Then there's that much less stupid people in the world, because you can't appropriate.
Keep going. Keep telling me about it, man. Give me what for.
You're a liar.
You're on a roll. What am I lying about? Please, go on. Preach it, brother.
Everything. Everything I've said, you commented on or have an opinion on that you're completely wrong.
Have I talked about Charlie Kirk or gender since you have been watching my stream?
Do you believe that Charlie Kirk should be a martyr?
No.
Okay. Have a good day.
Why do you think Charlie Kirk should be a martyr?
Because he's done everything, speak up for people. He's tried to do everything he could.
My friend, you're getting very upset.
And everybody wants to shut him down and treat him like he got murdered for speaking. That's why.
You're getting very upset.
No, I speak according to the topic. I'm not upset. I've got completely control on me, and that's another trick of the left wingers. They want, you need mental health or something like that. That's what I've seen a whole bunch of these people say. No, I have complete control of my faculties. Just because you can't understand them, that's your fault. You need to go get mental health.
What do you believe about 9/11?
That's irrelevant. That has nothing to do with it.
No, I want your opinions.
American people died on there. The police department people died on 9/11. American people. And I believe that whoever did these crimes should deserve what they get. And if you put your hands on police in any way, they can do whatever they want. This is America. So you got people up in Minnesota standing in front of cars and organizing against ICE. Who sets that up? Of course there's people doing that.
You think people...
protesters.
Do you think I'm getting paid
that's
to...
a joke.
Do you think I'm getting paid
I
to...
didn't say you. I said protesters. See, you're just trying to put a twist on a narrative.
No, I'm not... Brother, I'm not trying to put a twist on a narrative.
I know I'm right because I'm still on this conversation with you. And you're...
Because you're fucking hilarious, man.
All these people saying stuff. You're not making no comment to them because you know I'm right. If anything, and that guy that found all that fraud, that little young dude, that's one of the smartest people on this planet.
Nick Shirley.
Yeah.
He's one of the smartest people on the planet.
Yes. And one of the bravest, because watch, now the left's going to go after him, and watch, he'll be the next one shot and murdered. I suggest him get some security, or he'll end up like Charlie Kirk.
Were you a Charlie Kirk fan before he was shot?
I never even heard him until after he was shot, and then I started listening to him.
But you think he's the greatest man ever?
No, I didn't say that.
You did, actually.
No, I did not. I said he should be martyred. I don't believe Martin Luther King is the greatest man on the planet either. I think there's a bunch of other people like Shaq. He's an awesome motherfucker.
Shaq. Okay, so we should replace Martin Luther King Day with Shaq Day.
Hey, that's fine. Whatever you want to make jokes about. You look at Shaq. He's done a lot for the community.
I'm not a Shaq hater or anything.
And he hugs them. He bends down and takes care of that little white kid.
What white kid?
You've never seen none of you don't know what I'm talking about.
No.
Shaq is a good man.
Did you watch The Blind Side? That's not Shaq.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what a blind side is, except walking up. That's a left winger thing, walking up behind people and sucker punching. Is that what you're talking about? Blind side?
No.
Now, have I watched the show? Exactly. I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you like wrestling?
Change the narrative.
Do you like wrestling?
Get in there to change the narrative.
Do you like wrestling?
No.
Oh. What do you do for fun? Do you like sports?
What I do for fun? I'm dying of congestive heart failure. I've got a diabetes. That's what I do for fun. I try to stay alive. I believe in life. It's funny, ain't it?
That's not funny at all. I can't. But you had to come at me with that. That is the way you said. Okay.
You asked me what I do for fun. That's fun. fun to me, trying to stay alive. That's
I
what
asked
I
you
do.
what you do for fun, and you're like, I'm dying of heart failure.
Yeah, that's what I do for fun. I stay alive. And that's funny. Ain't it? Not consider, but you're considered that transgender.
This is amazing.
You're considered that illegal alien, aren't you? It's so funny. You want to see our country taken over by other countries, but it's so
Yes.
funny, huh?
I want to see our
Yeah.
country taken over by other countries.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
No. I wish England would take us back and we could be a monarchy. I'm down with being under King Charles now.
Who's King? Fuck that.
You don't know who King Charles is?
Yeah, I know who King Charles is. You came from so far away because you're trying to change the narrative. And I'm not going to do that.
What narrative am I
You're
trying
a liar.
to change? What
This is what it is. You're a liar.
What narrative am I trying to change? I'm laughing.
And look, I'm getting my job done because look how much time I'm consuming of your time, huh?
I'm really sorry you're dying of congenital heart failure and diabetes. Is that what you said? I like you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's not consensual, trust me. I know you're a liar. I've seen you.
Oh, you wouldn't fuck me is what you're saying.
Oh, my God. So you're a queer?
On the weekends, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, only on the
Have you
weekends.
ever read a Bible? Of course you don't. You don't believe in no religion.
Do you believe in Jesus?
Of course I do. Do you believe in the Bible? Of course you don't, because you don't believe in no religion.
No, I don't believe in no religion. But tell me, why do you believe in
That's
Jesus?
entirely your opinion, and you're welcome to have that. But you're not going to sit there and make fun of me because of mine. That's not fair. Okay, let's make fun of the transgenders and the.
I'm
queers.
not making fun of you, brother.
Their rights, what kind of rights are their rights being taken away from them? None. You can't say any.
Well, you got upset about Charlie
Name
Kirk.
one. Wait.
Did you know that
Wait. Name one. Name one right that's being taken away from the transgenders, or the queers, or the LGBTQ, lesbian, all that. Name one right.
Well, you're just trying to take away their right to exist, like, being able to go to a public bathroom or being able to participate in sports. You're trying to force them back.
Set up, you're a liar.
Access to health care.
Everybody has rights. A male has rights. A female has rights. Everybody has rights. No, no rights are being trying to take away from anybody.
Will you calm down? I don't want you to have a heart attack and die on my stream since you have congenital heart failure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So please
You're
calm.
a liar.
No, I'm not. I care about you, bro. So I want you to.
You're fine. You're a liar.
Please
trust me. I have complete control of me. Don't worry about me because you've already showed that you don't worry about this nation.
Please,
this is America.
Calm down for a moment, okay?
No.
My name is Justin. What's your name?
I go by Donald Trump backer.
You mean like Donald Trump sucker or something, right?
See, you're trying to make jokes. I said Donald.
No, I was trying to be genuine and ask you what your name was because I wanted.
You're trying to sell a funny joke narrative that's bullshit.
No, because if you told me your real
name, are on the line, dude. This is what you're playing with. You think that's funny?
My friend,
you're inciting riots. You're inciting stuff by your narrative.
If you and I were to exchange our name, my name is Justin. If you were to tell me your name, it's a lot harder for you to yell at me, and we can be friends.
I'm not yelling. I'm speaking appropriately.
No, you're not.
At the very first of this call, you said that you couldn't hear. I'm making sure you can hear me, and your people that's listening can hear me.
We hear perfectly fine, my friend. You can calm down.
This is people dying, and you're selling a false narrative because you're lying.
Who's dying?
You are. Alex Petty, isn't that his name?
Yes.
Renee Good.
Alex Petty and Renee Good. Yes.
People are not backing their police force and turning war against them, putting their hands on them, getting in front of their vehicles, not letting the police do their job. You think it's right for millions of people to come in? Okay, let's let a million illegal immigrants. Let's just invite the cartel up here. And while we're at it, let's get Putin's boys over here. What, in here? Come on.
Hey, man. Are you going to have a conversation?
Are you really that stupid?
Can you tell me your name so we can have a conversation?
I already told you I go by Donald.
That's
Trump
not your real name, my friend. Give me your real name. Drop the bullshit.
Okay, so transgender can go by whatever they want to, but I can't go by what I want to. See how unfair you are? I am known as Donald Trump backer. If you don't like
that's what's on your driver's license.
Huh?
That's what's on your driver's license. Donald Trump backer.
Okay, so that trans lady that has a male on their driver's license, I still have to call her a female. By your
Do you know any trans people?
What?
Do you know any trans people?
Listen, you're flip-flopping.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get to the heart. Have you ever met a trans person?
I'm telling you that you believe, or you're telling these people that it's okay to call a male a woman. And you,
no, I'm not. I'm not saying that at all.
You want what's on a driver's license, and when the male's on the driver's license, that means she's a male, or it's a male, or he's a male, or they or them. I don't care about the pronouns. That's a lie. But it's okay. You want my name that's on my driver's license. I go by Donald Trump backer. That's not okay, right? I can't do that.
Okay, I kind of want to go the other way and try to make you have a heart attack on stream because it'd be funny at this point.
You're getting rid of me now because you can't win because you're wrong. You're a liar.
What did I lie about?
You just lied.
About?
You say it's okay. You say it's okay for trans to be a woman, but then you.
I didn't say anything about trans people. I asked you if you knew a trans person.
And I'm trying to get you to answer a question, so you haven't answered yet. How is it okay for that M on that driver's license stands for male, and it, she, they, him, it identifies as a woman?
Brother, I have no idea what you're talking about.
But I can't go by Donald Trump backer, right? I can't identify how I want to.
Let me come at this from a different way. The reason I was asking your name is because I want to get to know you on a personal level. That way we're not yelling at each other, and that we can actually understand where each other is coming from.
Let me do this. I understand what you're saying. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. That's cool.
Oh yeah, I want to be cool with you because you seem cool.
I will talk. Listen. I won't yell. I will talk to you in this manner right here. If you call me Donald Trump backer.
Okay, Donald Trump backer. I will call you that.
Yes, sir. Now we got that done. What would you like to talk about, sir?
Okay, you're very angry about a lot of different issues that right-wing media tends to push. It's immigrants and transgender people, but like, do you know a transgender person?
Justin, all of it connected to the same thing.
Like what?
The Democrat, the left, the Democrat, the illegal aliens, the transgender. It's all.
Brother, I'm the left, dude. I'm just a cool dude over here smoking pot, and I want you to have health care and education.
Yeah, so does Republicans. So what?
No, they don't.
I have great health care. Are
you on Medicare?
That's none of your business.
You're on a government form of health care, aren't you? You VA?
No. That's none of your business.
Well, you said you had great health care, but so I know you're not.
I do have great health
so
care.
I know you don't have private insurance.
So listen, by your standard just right there, okay? Hold on. Let me make my point, and then I'll listen to yours. By your standards right there, you said I'm on Medicare or something.
Not to judge you.
Hold on.
Not to judge you, to tell you that's a program that Democrats gave you and that Republicans want to take away from you.
That's not true.
That's absolutely true.
Not true. I bet you $100. I'll bet you $100 that I have the same health care I have now until the day I die.
Oh yeah, they'll probably grandfather people in. Like if you're already on Medicare, they're gonna grandfather you in. And you pretty much just admitted you are on some form of government-run health care, and you got good health care. So congrats.
No, I did not. And don't put words in my mouth. I said that was all example, and I said that clearly. Look back, and not the word example, but I said let's do it this way. No, don't put words in my mouth because that's all you do is you try to change narrative.
Well, you won't answer my question, so
I'm not going to tell you about my personal. You say we want to be friends. That's the same thing the police say. Hey, come up to your car and be all nice.
So you don't like the cops?
Yeah, I love the cops.
Okay, but you just said the cops will trick you into incriminating yourself.
I don't care if I like them or not. See, that's where you're trying to do stuff. I do support law enforcement, but that doesn't mean they don't do this stuff.
So you like cops violating your rights?
I comply. When the police officers does that stuff, I'm different about the people in Minnesota that's putting their hands on them. I comply. I give them my driver's license. I give them my insurance. I give them my registration. I get out of the car when I'm supposed to, when they tell me to, when they ask me to.
Have you ever been pulled over by the cops? Can you even drive, my friend?
Yeah. Hey, have you ever done any prison time?
Have you?
Yes, I have.
Well, then maybe you're not the best person to have opinions on things because you don't seem to make the best decisions.
People would say that, but that was 40 years ago, sir. And
yeah, I believe people can change and reform and everything.
So see, that's why you believe that way, of course.
Well, I believe that way, but right-wingers don't really.
Huh?
Right-wingers don't really believe in reform.
I don't care what they believe. I don't care. I know what I believe. And I believe a lot of stuff that they do believe. But not, I don't. Whatever you say, you're trying to change it. I'm telling you, I've been to prison. Okay? And you're telling me that, oh, that's why, all that. Huh?
Well, no, I'm just saying maybe you don't make the best decisions, and maybe you should understand your depth.
Maybe I didn't when I was a child, right? How do you know the story? You don't know what I've done.
I don't. I'm not.
So you're saying those illegal immigrants that's going around raping 11-year-olds and having their 10-year-old sister sit there and watching Georgia? That's okay? That's
okay, that sounds like a personal fantasy and not something that you're actually.
That sounds like it's the truth. Watch the news. Look it up. Look it up.
Brother, I do the news every night.
Yeah. Then for the left wing and the Democrats, their side of the story.
No, I tend to be for facts.
Look up in Georgia. Look it up. Look it up. You got people sitting there.
That sounds like.
Of course, you're not going to look it up.
That sounds like something that's going to get the feds on me, brother. Like I wonder what's on your hard drive.
Okay. Check this out. So the illegal immigrants. Let's forget about that. The illegal immigrants.
Have you ever met an immigrant? Do you ever leave your house?
To the United States and rape and murder. What about that? Let's just, for example.
Do you know Donald Trump is an adjudicated rapist, right?
You know that's a bullshit lie. He's never been convicted of anything except
I didn't say convicted. I said adjudicated. It was a civil case.
He's never been convicted of anything.
But he was adjudicated as a rapist.
That's bullshit. Either you're convicted or you're not. When he gets convicted, he's a cop, just like anybody else.
You understand what a civil case is, right? A lot of things are settled in civil court.
That's all he's been convicted of is a civil case.
Well, no, he was convicted of fraud in a criminal case.
What if he? Okay, check this out. What if he didn't want to go through all that bullshit and just paid them off? Hey, let's it costs too much money or something like that. That's business. It doesn't have nothing to do with
it.
And
that's another thing that, like, hey man,
in the criminal court and get convicted, then he's what you say.
Donald Trump fucker, can I talk to you for a second? So you're telling me that you hate crime and all this.
What'd you call me?
Donald Trump fucker. But okay, you say that you hate crime, but you've been to prison. You're talking about illegal aliens, but you've been to prison, so you've made mistakes, and
because that's what I decided to share with you.
But you made amends with that charge, and then like people aren't judging you, but like,
and you're trying to sell that narrative. That's bullshit. You're not going to do that to me. I've already done my time. I'm innocent.
I know. Well, you weren't innocent. You were convicted.
Hey, Justine, let me tell you something.
Why would you call me Justine? I have been nothing but perfectly nice to you.
You're a liar. You call me Donald Trump fucker.
Yeah, because I think you kind of if you're telling me that you're a Donald Trump supporter and you want me to address you as Donald Trump.
You said you had queer sex on the weekend.
If you want me to address you as Donald Trump supporter, you are indeed a Donald Trump fucker. Okay, I'm going to unmute you now.
See, I can do it too. I chose not to because I'm a real person. Now call me Donald Fucker again.
Okay, Donald Fucker.
See, Justine, I said take the dress off. Take it out.
I'm not wearing a dress. I'm wearing pants.
Yeah, I believe
I got
that.
pants on.
I believe.
All right, Donald Trump fucker, we've had enough of you. Have a good night, my friend. That might have been the wildest call I've had in the entire almost 6 years of this show. Amazing. I like that guy. Seriously, I'd give him a regular spot on the show. Anybody else want to talk to me, or can I wrap it up? I've been on almost 5 hours. I'm getting tired. I'm getting hungry. Making my new co-host. He could have been drunk. He could have been high. He said he was... Oh, the clip of me laughing at him saying he's dying of congenital heart failure and diabetes. I could... Because it sounds horrible, but I asked him what he did for fun. He's like, I'm dying of congenital heart failure. This has been one of the wildest episodes of the Troll Patrol ever. Representative Ilhan Omar was attacked during her town hall. We thought Trump might have expired because all the feeds went down at the same time, except the White House feed. But it took me a second to find the White House feed. I might go eat some dicks. Dicks are yummy. I'm gonna have to go in there and just laugh my ass off. I'm gonna have to tell Curiouser about that and just die laughing. Because I was trying to be restrained. That was one of the funniest things ever. I need an animal video. Okay, here we go. What about bald eagle? Ooh, no, let's do this one. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh, it's the same dude. I can't do the same dude again. What is my political view? I am, for whatever political point of view allows me to piss in Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy. I thought the Democrats could get me closer to pissing in Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy, I'd go with them. I thought the Republicans could. If I get a GOP mommy, I'll go with one of them. One that has a little bit of money to her name. Oh, I thought this was an animal video. I'm sorry. It's a stupid human trick. Slipped on the ice and fell into the pool. I think he's kind of lucky there wasn't a cover on it. I think it would have been worse if he had a cover. It would have been a lot harder to get out, wouldn't it? Whoop. Ow. Ooh. Hitting his back on the edge like that, that's something that could hurt like years later. Poor dude. You think Crenshaw, that little bitch boy, would fuck me up? He ain't nothing but smoke and mirrors. You are impressed by little men with good PR. Here's a bald eagle. Damn, that's majestic as fuck. Look at his hair in the wind. Jesus Christ. That's a fucking eagle. Or? Glinkly says overgrown chicken. They're just pretty vultures. Who are the feds watching? The feds can watch my dick. I'll tell them to suck it. Such an awesome bird. Twitch people, you're gonna raid into Noisy Immigrant. Everyone else, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before we hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol, live.